音が消えゆく頃闇に立ち上る太陽悲しみに濡れる君のその頬をそっと照らすために祈りのような光の洗礼よ君の道降り注いで花の咲く場所へと僕らは歩き出そう幾千の痛み消えて楽園も終われた僕たちは作れるそう新しいエドラ
Alright, welcome back, guys. I'll get started in just a little bit. Hey, Yuki. Welcome back. Hey, Casey. I see that. Welcome. I'm good. I'm good. How are you doing? Alright, let's get into this. Chapter 3. 4 more after this. Oh, we're starting as Satoshi. Interesting.
これ23だよな。それとも33か？まったく山崎先生の字は読みづらいな。はあ
This really wasn't my day. I knocked over my alarm clock this morning, and of course it stopped working. That sounds horrible. The very last pork sandwich sold out right before my eyes during lunch. And I was roped into a favor when I happened upon my homeroom teacher, Mr. Yamazaki, long after the school day has ended. So now, like it or not, I was on my way to deliver some notes to Miss Yui, our homeroom teacher, who was out sick with a cold.
後でゆかに謝らないとな。今日は早く帰ってゆかの買い物に付き合ってやる予定だったし。天神5番地23の11、ここか。
So he's going to Yui's house.
これが6番地33の77とかじゃなければだけど。
I stopped and compared the memo in my head with the apartment building in front of me. It was 2 stories tall and looked a little on the shabby side. Probably about 20 years old. It didn't seem very solid, nor was it particularly stylish or chic. It was completely unremarkable in every way.
ここの207号室、いや、201?
He's just insulting her apartment complex like that. I was really getting fed up with this handwriting, and from a teacher no less. In any case, it seemed certain that the apartment was on the 2nd floor, so I trudged up the narrow, steep stairs. The metal staircase was thoroughly blotched with patches of rust. Why would someone live in such a rundown apartment building?
先生の給料ってもしかしてすごく安かったりするのか？
Maybe that's all she can afford. I felt a little sorry for her, but in a way, this place kind of fit her personality. With that thought in mind, I turned my attention toward apartment 201.
あ、ここが201号室か。でもゆい先生の家じゃないな。
The door plate for the room nearest the stairs had a name I didn't recognize scribbled on it.
ってことはこの奥か。
Passing room 201, I continued down the narrow walkway towards the end. Wandering alone around the apartment building I'd never been to before made me feel kind of nervous. It wasn't like I was doing anything wrong, but my back still tensed up as I maneuvered around, piled up strollers, plastic toys, and bundles of newspapers. And then finally I arrived at the last store.
ここだ。
So it's really messy. That's what he's saying. This was it. The door plate from apartment 207 read, Shishida. For an adult's handwriting especially, the letters were rounded and overly cutesy. I mean, she's only 23, right? Like, it makes sense. This was Miss Yui's place after all.
なんだろうこれ。
leaned in to read something written in small script on the corner of the door plate.
愛病注意
Beware of cat.
ってえ猛犬注意じゃなくてゆい先生らしいや
Beware of cat. That's a little odd. So how exactly does one beware of a house cat? Is it even possible for a house cat to be threatening? I would say so, yeah. Don't underestimate cats. At any rate, I had confirmed beyond a shadow of a doubt that this was Miss Yui's place, so my errand was nearing its end.
それにしても山崎先生もひどいよな。風邪ひいたクラスメートにプリント持っていくならわかるけど、風邪ひいた副担の先生のうちに授業のノートを届けろって。絶対におかしい。間違いなくこれ担任の仕事だよ。
He said he was busy with meetings, though it really needed one of his students to help him out. But was it really okay to entrust a school student with confidential notes?
これ生徒が読んじゃまずいノートなんじゃないのか？
That just means he trusts him. My mind kept drifting from one question to another, and I'd become acutely aware of the inherent value in these notes I held in my bag. But tempting as it was, I just couldn't bring myself to look at them. You see, that's why a teacher trusts him. He has a conscience. Mr. Yamazaki put his faith in me after all. And I was stronger than that. I couldn't let this get the best of me. At any rate, I was here. I should have just been able to drop off the notes and be on my way. Putting all my doubts and misgivings aside, I rang the doorbell. And then I waited and waited and waited some more, but there was no answer.
あれ俺呼び鈴をしたよな。ゆい先生！
Rang the bell again and also tried calling out, but there was still no response. Did she sleep or something?
どうしよう。寝てんのかな。
What should I do? Maybe she's sleeping.
起こしちゃ悪いけど、でも心配だしな。
Whenever we heard that Miss Yui was staying home sick, we were all pretty disappointed. That's why part of me was actually a little happy that I was asked to bring these over to her. I figured I'd be able to check in, see how she was doing, and let everyone know at school she was feeling better.
けど会えないっていうのは想定外だったな。
She could just be that sick, or she can't get up.
ゆい先生！ゆい先生！反応なしか。ゆい先生、すみません。
She was probably sleeping, or out at the doctor or something. But what if she were hurt? I tried opening the small slot and peeking in. I thought maybe I could get a glimpse of the room inside.
ゆい先生。
Or she could be. Hey, we're not in the school right now. It felt kind of wrong peeking into someone's house without their permission. But I was legitimately worried about Miss Yui. So my conscience was clear on this one. There's the cat.
ああ、猫。
Neko. A well-groomed cat was facing the door, staring back at me. With its head tilted slightly to the side, it let out an adorable meow. This must be the cat I was instructed to beware. And since Miss Yui was always going on and on about her little buddy, I was pretty sure I remembered his name.
この子が噂のモレじゃなくて、確かモネ。
Her help? Her pet? Could be her helper cat.
そうだ、モネちゃんだ。へえ、綺麗な猫だな。
That is a nice looking cat. Miss Yui talked about our cat a lot in class. So much, pretty much the whole school had heard of him. She even had some tins of cat food on a shelf in the classroom. Now, why would she need that? Probably because she brought too much and had no room for them in her apartment.
モネ、モネ。先生はいるか？先生がいるんだったら、起こしてきてほしいんだ。モネ、頼むよ。やっぱり無理か。そりゃそうだよな。
My shoulders sank. I felt defeated. What the hell was I doing? I closed the mail slot and stood back up.
弱ったな。ゆい先生、どうしたんだろう。
Yeah, you just have to reach out to the screen. You can pet her.
どっか外出中とか？
Pay her in treats. That's how they pay Yui.
空いてたりしないかな。
Lost in this speculation, I placed my hand on the doorknob. And with a quick twist, I turned it and pushed on the door, opening it easily.
え？
It opened.
鍵かかってないのか。うわ、いけねえ。モネが出たら大変だ。お前のご主人様は不用心だな。鍵もかけてないなんて。
Do you remember this? Now's your chance to pet her. Monet's whiskers twitched as I called out to him from the entranceway.
ん？なんだ？その通りだにゃって。モネもやっぱりそう思うか。
I like his eyes. Here I was talking to a cat. Was this what I'd become?
どうしよう。
The door is unlocked from before. Oh, I see what you're saying, Casey. That's actually not a good sign that it's unlocked. And that she's not answering. Not only had I peeped into someone's home, I'd walked in without a second thought. Moreover, this was Miss Yui. This is where Miss Yui lived, alone. In other words, a woman's apartment. No matter how many times I reminded myself, I was here on an errand, I couldn't help feeling that not only had I crossed the line, but leapt over it.
ゆい先生。
I tried calling her name one last time. I mean, he could just leave it on the counter, right? Or something. But as expected, there was no answer.
本当にどうしようかな。
I was trying hard to avoid being too nosy, but my eyes inevitably began surveying the room. The apartment entrance led out immediately into the kitchen, and beyond there was a sliding door to some other room. I could see light through the gaps. I strained my ears, but there was nothing to hear, no signs of life whatsoever. Exactly. That's all he has to do. Just leave a note. One more time, I tried calling out to her. One more time. Just to put my concerns at ease. I felt like I'd seem even more suspicious if I stayed silent.
ゆい先生、持田です。
Still nothing. Maybe she was asleep on the other side of that door. Dude, we can find out if you just take an action. Like, do something.
確かめてみ。いやいやいやいや。
Shaking my head furiously, I cast out that sudden impulse. That was a terrible idea, pure and simple. Entering the apartment unannounced was bad enough, but walking all the way in, opening that sliding door and peeking inside, that was just too much.
っていうか、このタイミングでゆい先生が外から帰ってきたりしたら、俺結構まずい。じゃなくて、だいぶまずい。
Monet meowed as if in agreement. Panicking, I once again surveyed my surroundings. Right? This guy. Hurry up, man. Do something. I almost felt like there was eyes on me, staring with disdain. Like, what is this? But of course, nobody was here.
あ、そうだ。書き置きを残していけばいいんじゃないか？
We're like 20 minutes in. He just now decides he can leave a note. It was like 20 minutes of him wondering what he should do. Wondering why I didn't think of this sooner. I dug into my bag for some paper and a pen.
山崎先生から頼まれたのでって書いておけばいいんだよな。俺のノートでいいや。ゆい先生
I think it might be a flashback. Crouching in the doorway, I ran my pen across the page. Because they're definitely in the school currently, so this is a flashback. I brought class notes at Mr. Yamazaki's behest. Everyone has been worried about you. Sorry about barging into your apartment.
あと、不用心だから、鍵はかけた方がいいと思います、と。ん？
As I was writing the note, I sensed a presence in front of me. Until just a moment ago, this house had no signs of human life in it. But now, I could feel someone standing directly ahead of me. Standing and looking down at me. Fidgeting nervously, I put down my pen. I raised my head slowly and saw a white, slender ankle. Yeah, she's out of it. Shocked, I shot my head up, and there, standing before me, was Miss Yui. Uh-oh.
先生。
She was looking right at me, but she seemed decidedly out of sorts. She's sick. She has a fever, that's why. Her hair looked disheveled, her gaze was unsteady, and her pajamas were in complete disarray. She was like a completely different person from the usual kempt educator we'd come to know and love. It's like...
ゆい先生、俺勝手に入っちゃって。
Does he think she looks like that all the time? Like... He's in for a shock when he gets his first girlfriend. Like... He's like, her hair's not... She looks completely different. Miss Yui was standing there, stupefied, with a completely vacant expression on her face.
先生。
After school Friday, I called out to her as gently as I could, but she was really dazed. She seemed almost like a ghost.
先生、どうしちゃったんだよ。
I had a sudden uneasy feeling, worried. I walked up to Miss Yui, grabbed her shoulders, and tried to snap her out of it by shaking her. But instead... This just seemed to make her cough. Let's shake the sick girl, right? Let's just...
先生。
These were wet, productive coughs. Ugh. It was shooting out of Miss Yui's mouth with each one. I frantically tried to shield my face from the spray, but my reaction time just wasn't quick enough. Well, now he has it. I put my hand to her cheek and found it thick with a slimy film of saliva.
大丈夫？ゆい先生。
She's not 大丈夫. Miss Yui hobbled back a little, then fell to her knees with a thud. She had completely sprawled out in the hallway, moaning and groaning the whole time.
先生。
Wiping the spattings from my own face, I leaned over and took a better look at hers. It was bright red. The strained breathing, the stuffy nose, and a visibly high fever on top of it all. She was sick as could be.
寒
寒いの？でも、汗かいてるよ。
寒い。
I thought maybe her sweat had cooled her down, but then realized her disheveled pajamas certainly weren't doing her any favors. With heart pounding a mile a minute and face red as a traffic light, I set about buttoning her up.
ゆい先生、俺のことわかる？持田だよ。寒いならちゃんと布団で寝ないと。でないと治るもんも治らないって。
She absent-mindedly extended her shaking arms like a zombie, slowly reopened her eyes and looked up at me. It was the gaze of a severely fevered mind.
ゆい先生、
Yeah, he could do something. Like, she needs to lay down though, at least.
司くん。
はい。
え？うわ！
司くん。
え？
Miss Yui was clinging to me tightly. I couldn't move. I was frozen in shock and began to weep.
来てくれたのね、司くん。
Yes, we have come for you.
え？つかさ？
嬉しい。よかった。
先生待って、人違いだよ。
It seemed like I wasn't getting through to her at all. And the sensation of her chest as she held me was making it virtually impossible to fight her grip. I was utterly powerless against this opponent. I'd never realized before just how soft a woman's chest was. Oh my gosh. God, am I that weak-willed? I had to remind myself that Miss Yui had me confused with someone else. Yeah, he's going through it. He's going through the life right now. We're witnessing it. Mustering all the strength I could, I gripped her arms and tried to pry them off of me. But she was a lot stronger than I anticipated and wouldn't let me go.
怖かったよ、司くん。怖かった。
怖かった？
まさか来てくれるなんて思わなかった。
うわ！
She squeezed me tightly. I felt as though my upper body might collapse under the pressure of her softest parts. I was blushing uncontrollably.
ゆい先生、ちょっと離れて。
やだ。
先生ってば！
I struggled to wiggle free, but Miss Yui only grabbed me tighter. Our bodies were getting more and more intertwined. And every time I squirmed, Miss Yui would just pull me in even closer.
司くん。
うわ！
Her chest rose and fell erratically, Droplets of sweat slid down into her cleavage. I could feel the heat of her fever radiating off her and steadily encroaching face, as well as the shoulders I'd grabbed in an effort to push her away.
そばにいて司くんお願い
I can't imagine, like, she's this out of it to mistake him for someone else.
だから人違い。
Questions were swirling around in my head. Why was Miss Yui crying? Who was this Tsukasa person? But I was most concerned for the state of her pajamas, which had become even more disheveled during our struggle. Probably an ex. Yeah.
先生、パジャマ、ズボン。ずり落ちてるから。
司くんあったかい
Right? Her pajamas.
ゆい先生ってば。
Realizing that not a single word was getting through to her, I sighed. I had taken care of Yuka a number of times when she caught a cold and drawn a fever, but I don't recall it ever getting this bad. Miss Yui was usually calm, collected, and rational. Who would have ever imagined that a fever could leave her so thoroughly discombobulated?
ゆい先生、ちょっと。もう。
I put more strength into my resistance and finally her arms relaxed. Just a tiny bit. But her expression changed drastically.
やだ
先生、俺は持田聡で司って人じゃ。
行かないでやだ
Miss Yui was acting like a spoiled child. Slipping out of the shoes I'd still been wearing, I again drew close to her sprawled out form. There was no way I could just leave her here like this.
後で気がついて怪しまないでくれよ。
Miss Yui let out a lethargic groan, perhaps in response to my quiet murmurings. I mean, he can't even get free from her. At my wit's end, I grabbed hold of her and did my best to carry her back to the room. Gently aiding, gently willing her over to her unfurled futon, I then carefully laid her down, making sure I didn't drop her in the process. Then there was the matter of rebuttoning those pesky pajamas again. There he goes. I hesitantly pulled up her pajama bottoms. What? They fell down? And brushed away the stray hairs that were plastered to her brow with sweat. I'd done my best to avoid seeing anything I shouldn't, but I'm a guy, so my heart was pounding the whole time. He did his best. He fought his hardest. Miss Yui's pajamas were soaked through with sweat. She really might have been better off with a change of clothes altogether. Whoa now, Satoshi. But no, that would have been going way too far.
タオルとか何か拭くものでもあれば。って、ん
？Noticing a convenience store bag carelessly tossed to the floor, I glanced inside.
なんだ、冷却シート買ってきてあるじゃん。 なんで使ってないんだか。もう、先生、ヒヤッとするけど我慢してね。これでよしと。
She's still holding onto his leg. I placed one of the compresses on her forehead and pulled the covers over her. Miss Yue appeared almost instantly relieved. She exhaled contentedly, and her breathing became more relaxed. Finally, she was asleep. The cat's watching like, this is what I've been dealing with. Even in sleep, Miss Yue seemed to be suffering.
モネ。なんだ、先生が心配か？だよな。俺もここまでひどいことになってるとは思わなかったよ。
Monet had curled up his legs without me even noticing it. Oh, he crawled into his lap. I began absent-mindedly speaking to him. He meowed in response, and our conversation ended, as my gaze was still fixed squarely on Miss Yue.
さて、どうしようか。
Yeah, this Casa was definitely close to her. She's like gripping his pants right there.
俺、このまま帰っても大丈夫
？But
ゆい先生。
Miss Yue's hand had slipped out from under the futon and was gently grasping my pant leg. 'Her grip was much weaker than before, but I knew I'd probably regret it if I went home now. Miss Yue just seemed really lonely.
仕方ないな。
I guess he's staying. Without disturbing Miss Yue's hold on me, I took a seat beside her. And for the time being, I figured I'd watch over her and make sure her condition didn't worsen. Occasionally, Miss Yue's breathing would become ragged, and she'd furrow her brow. She was in a pretty bad way.
辛そうだな。
Extra credit. So, Miss Yue, about that extra credit. Wasn't there anything else I could do? I glanced quietly down the hallway. I noticed when I carried Miss Yue here that the kitchen near the entrance was perfectly neat and tidy. There wasn't any indication that it had been used that day at all.
飯食ってるのかな？
When its gaze shifted suddenly, I followed it and saw pet bowls laid out on the kitchen in the corner of the room. So the cat wants the food. Cat wants to eat. One dish was filled to the brim with water, and the other was piled high with dry cat food.
なるほど。モネはちゃんと食べてるんだな。熱出してあんな状態になってても、お前のことはちゃんと考えてくれてるんだな。
Oh, so he has food.
でもさ、ゆい先生。まずは自分の食事の心配をしようよ。
She fed the cat. She didn't feed herself. I shook my head at the whole situation, then glanced down at Monet, who was tilting his head as if trying to understand me. I broke into a smile. When I pulled out the code packs, I did notice some cheap convenience store food in the bag as well. I guess that was going to be her food for the day. Not exactly the best stuff to eat when you're sick.
米とあと卵くらいはきっとあるよな。
She definitely is. She takes that same attitude with her students too.
卵がゆでも作ろう。
That's definitely a personality trait, like, of hers.
先生、キッチン借りるよ。
Her face was bright red and her half-pained, half-contented noises provided me with no clear-cut answer to my question.
仕方ない。ゆい先生の代わりにモネに許しをもらおうかな。モネ、キッチンを借りていいか？ありがとう。
Monet's cries helped assuage my guilt over entering a woman's apartment and borrowing her kitchen. Not that I had any reason to feel guilty. I don't think. Anyway, I mean, circumstances were what they were. Still, I had this nagging sense that I should have somehow felt bad about what I was doing.
ゆい先生、ごめんな。ちょっと離れるよ。
By one, I gently peeled off each of the fingers latched to my pant leg. The expression on her face changed as I was doing so. From contented rest to mild annoyance. She can tell he's removing her hand. Like but there was nothing to indicate that she might wake up.
よし、作るか。
As I stood up, Monet meowed happily and began tagging along at my heels. And Miss Yui, now resting by herself in the kitchen, let out a sudden sneeze.
Chotto, Yui. かかったよ今、くしゃみ。ごめんごめん。なんだか鼻がムズムズするの。
Wait, what's this?
まったくもう。ティッシュ、ティッシュ。あれ、どこやったっけ？
Is this Yui's past?
ああ、なければ私の使ってよ。せめてものお詫び。やった！じゃあ私使う。私も持ってないよ。ティッシュちょうだい。はい。サンキュー。あんたたちね、ティッシュくらい常備しときなさいよ。面目ない。
Because one of the voices said Yue. So I was wondering if this was like a flashback to her past or something.
まったく。
Unless there's a bunch of other teachers.
それで、何の話だっけ？そうそう。だからさ、とうとう3年になっちゃったよねって話。
Yeah, it is her past. Okay. her backstory time now, I guess.
ああ、だね。あと1年で卒業か。
Flashback within a flashback. Yeah. Flashception.
卒業もだけど、私たちそれよりもっと考えなくちゃいけないことがあるじゃない？
How far back can we go?
進路よ。
いや、聞きたくない。
正直さ、進路相談何回受けたって将来のことなんかはっきりしないっていうかさ。
だよね。どうするかな、ほんと。ねえ、ゆいはもう進路とか決めてる？実はね、もう決めてるんだ。
なにゆい、何になりたいの？
私はね、私の名前は宍戸ゆい、17歳。将来の夢は先生になること。
Oh, so this is 6 years ago.
あまりよく考えずに人のことに首を突っ込んでは空回ってることが多い私だけど、でもそんな私でもきっと頑張れば夢が叶うって信じてる。
Kisaragi Academy 5 years ago. Cause she's 23 now. She ended up teaching at the same school. I was a high school senior now, and I was devoting myself to my studies in preparation for the day my dream could become reality. She looks almost like a different person. A little bit. My grades were on the fence for getting into the university I wanted, though. So my best bet was to score a special recommendation from the academy.
はあ、よかった。急に呼び出されたから何事かと思ったよ。ある日の放課後、私は職員室に呼び出された。
The stress got to her. Yeah. She actually was pretty stressed from the first game. She was getting a lot of heat from parents and stuff about students' grades not improving. After school one day, I was summoned to the teacher staff room.
何かヘマをやったのかとか、成績が志望校に及ばないとか、そういう悪いことを言われるんじゃないかってビクビクしてたんだけど、私の予想に反して呼び出された要件はとてもいいものだった。うちの学園からはライバルはいなさそうだから、このまま頑張れば推薦してやるぞ。だってなんかやる気出てきちゃった。この調子で頑張らないとね。それにしてもゴミ箱ってどうしてこんなに重たいんだろう。ゴミ捨て場まで持っていくのも一苦労だよ。
なあ。
Oh, we might actually see Tsukasa. Is this him?
突然声をかけられてゴミ箱を抱えたまま振り返る。それは今まで話したことのない男子生徒だった。でも見かけたことなら何度もある。彼は7組の三國司くんだ。
It sure is him.
そこ、足元。根っこが出てるから気をつけな。
え？あー、
He immediately laughs at her. Just
ちょっと、そこ笑うとこ？
だってよ。
もう、そこはさ、大丈夫かとか聞いてくれたって。
悪い悪い。
あ、いいよ、そんな。手が汚れるよ。
別にいいよ、そんくらい。笑った詫びに手伝う。
ありがとう。
うん。これで全部拾い終えたか？
うん。もう大丈夫。
じゃ、行くぞ！
え？あ！
I remember it well even now. This was my first time talking to Tsukasa, and he left a strong first impression on me.
ごめん、重たいよね。
別に。
やっぱり自分で。
いいって。はい終了。
ありがとう。助かったよ。
じゃあな。
あ、ちょっと待って。
あ？
俺させてよ。
I feel like I should do something nice for you in return.
いいよ女の。これくらいで。
いいからちょっと待っててね。
ん？
I wonder
友
if
達が増えるというのは嬉しいし楽しい。その相手が三國司くんというのも嬉しかった。司くんのことは実は少し気になっていたから。
You see? She's thinking about him. I wonder if something happened to him.
よいしょっと。
If she likes him, she's thinking about him. He spent a lot of time there sitting alone on a bench. Even after school during summer vacation. If I happened to pass by, I would always see him there. And after this little encounter, we'd go on to make many fond memories together. Yet somehow the image of Tsukasa that stands out most in my mind is of him seated alone on that courtyard bench.
はい、どうぞ。コーヒー牛乳でよかった。
まあ、なんでもいいけど。サンキュー。
これは私からのお礼なんだから、黙って受け取ってくれればいいの。
義理がたいやつ。
We walked to the bench together, sat down, and began making small conversation. That courtyard bench was sort of a mystical place. The leaves rustled over your head, and if you closed your eyes and opened them, and opened your ears, you felt as though you were in the middle of some forest. And then if you looked straight up at the sunlight, it poured through the leaves and you almost felt like you were in another world.
初めて座ったよ、このベンチ。
なかなかいいだろ。
素敵な場所。
だよな。
だからなの？
え？
この時間とか昼休みとかよくここにいるでしょ。
ああ。
この場所好きなんだね。
まあね。
そっか。
The leaves rustled as a gentle breeze blew between us. We were both silent for a bit, but strangely, it didn't feel awkward or uncomfortable.
聞かないのか？
ね？
いつも一人で何してんだって。
この場所が好きだからいつもここにいるんだよね。
そうだけどさ。
他に何か理由があったりするの？
ないよ。
じゃあ聞く必要ないじゃない。
そうだけど、ほら普通聞くだろ。一人でそんなんつまらなくないかとか、意味わかんねえとか、変わってるなとか。
そんなこと思わなかったな。ここが好きなら一人でいたって別に変じゃないよね。
お前変わってるな。いや、そんな顔しなくても、今のは俺的褒め言葉だから。
変わってるが褒め言葉？
そうそう。
なんか納得いかないな。
The expression on Tsukasa's face was a dead giveaway that he really enjoyed talking to me. And I'd always love the feeling I get when I know my words helped brighten someone's day. I must have been sporting one hell of a goofy smile at that moment.
本当はさ、この学校でもっと好きな場所があるんだよ。
どんなところ？
秘密。
Oh, there's this really awesome place I like. I'm not telling you.
とっておきだからな。
ってことはそこも超素敵な場所なんだよね。
ああ。
いいな、どこ気になるよ。
ダメ、そう簡単には教えない。それにいつでも見れるってもんじゃないんだ、そこの景色。
司くんは笑いながら紙パックのジュースを飲み干すとベンチから立ち上がった。そして目の前にあったゴミ箱をひょいっとつかみ私を振り返る。
コーヒーをおごってもらったしな。ついでに教室まで運んでやるよ。
いいの？
ああ。
ありがとう。あ、私のクラスはね。
4組だろ？知ってるよ。
He knows her classroom.
宍戸唯っつったら有名だからな。
He knows of her.
どうして？
今から先生みたいな女子がいるって12クラス全部で有名だよ。
それから私と司くんは何度か中庭で会っては話をした。校舎の中ではすれ違ってもほとんど話すことがないのに、中庭では不思議と話が弾む。
So it looks like their relationship, they started pretty normally, pretty slow.
あ、またお前コーヒー牛乳かよ。
うん。
好きすぎだろコーヒー牛乳。
This feels like a different game entirely.
そんなことないよ。
1日に最低2本は飲んでるくせにか。
It's been so upbeat.
なんで知ってるの？
自販機でいつもそれ買ってるのここから見えるんだよ。ほらそっち見てみ。
Yeah.
本当だ。
昼休みも放課後もいつもシシドがコーヒー牛乳買ってるのバッチリ見てたからな。
そんなことを言ったら、私だって司くんがここのベンチに座ってるのいつも見てたよ。
It's good we get to learn more about her though.
いや知ってるけどなんでまた言う？
That's what a lot of this game has been so far, is learning more about the characters from the first game, which is really good.
お互い気になってたんだなって思ったから。
なんだそりゃ。
Still calling her a weirdo.
中庭での会話は他愛のないものがほとんどだった。教室で友達と繰り広げる会話みたいにあんまり中身がなくて、でもすごく楽しくて。この場所夏でも結構涼しいね。
夏とか言うな。
I wonder if one day he just doesn't show up to the courtyard, you know?
あれ？夏嫌い？
夏期講習が目前に迫ってたら誰でも嫌いになるだろ
まあね、私たち3年生だもんね。夏だからって遊んではいられないよね。
It feels that way, right? Yeah.
う。お前は随分と楽しそうだけどな。
私は夢に近づいてるって実感できて嬉しいよ。
ふん。
私ね、人に勉強を教えるの好きなんだ。頼られるのも好き。
なんで？
お姉さんになった感じがするからかな。ほら、私一人っ子だし。
ああ、うん。まあ頑張れば。
Well, good luck with that.
はすっごいどうでもよさそう。
だって人事だしな。
そんなことを言いながらも司くんはやっぱり優しかった。だって私の夢を笑ったりはしなかったから。先生になりたいって夢を話すと大抵の人は笑ったり茶化したりであんまり真剣に聞いてくれない。だけど司くんは一度も笑わなかったんだ。
She's starting to see him differently. After the school day ended, the senior floor was always a lot more quiet than its underclassmen counterparts. Everyone was off studying hard at the library with tutors. So one day, thinking no one else was around, I sat down in a lonely corner of the hallway. Initially, I had grabbed my shoes and left the classroom, intending to head home. But along the way, I just started crying. I was overwhelmed. My sobs echoed from one end of the hallway to the other.
この日、私は無事に志望校の推薦枠に入れてもらえることになった。
So these are happy tears, I guess. Right?
嬉しくて仕方がなかった私はすぐに友達に報告した。けれど、いつもなら手放しで喜んでくれるその子が
Never
ふ
mind.
と表情を曇らせた。
They are not happy tears. So I guess her friend got jealous that she got accepted.
私の前でそんなこと言うんだ。まだ私は夢も何も決まってないのに。
What? Who says that? Quit rubbing it in my face. You know I'm still undecided about my future, right? What the hell?
多分、私はひどくショックを受けた顔になっていたのだと思う。巴はすぐにハッとしたように目を見開き、慌てて謝ってくれた。だから私も笑って気にしてないよってそう言ったのだけれど。
Ah, okay.
気にしてないわけがない。巴の言葉と表情が鋭い針のようになって私の胸をつく。
So she struck back when her friend said something mean to her. So she's crying about it.
私、考えなしだったのかな。他のみんなも同じこと思ってた。
I kept wiping the tears from my eyes, only for new ones to take their place immediately. Why didn't I think of this sooner? So many people were still facing uncertain futures with no real goals in mind. And I was completely oblivious to it all. I was the one with a dream, running around like the cock of the walk and babbling about my successes and aspirations. I wouldn't blame them if they hated me. Could someone that insensitive to the feelings of so many other people really become a teacher? Did I ever even have what it takes to be one?
シシド
I don't know. This isn't on her. Some people are just like that. You know, they pretend to be your friends. You get any kind of success or something, then you see their true colors. There are lots of people like that.
声をかけられて振り向くと、そこには司くんが立っていた。いつもは廊下であっても言葉を交わすことなんてないのに、この日はごく自然に声をかけてくれた。司くん。
すごい顔だぞ。ハンカチは
持ってる。
じゃあ顔拭けよ。
うん。司くんが戸惑っている空気がひしひしと伝わってきた。彼を困らせたくなかったから、私はこぼれ落ちていこうとする涙を必死に拭う。
何かあったのか？
何もないよ。
Just say what's wrong. Like, some guys could just tell something's wrong.
何かあったからそんなに泣いてんだろ。
Plus, she's crying in the hallway. Like, what's the matter?
これは友達とちょっと気まずくなっちゃって。でもすぐに仲直りしたから大丈夫。これはさ、そう嬉し涙みたいなものだから。
ふーん。
嬉し涙って言えばね、私推薦枠に入れることになっ。
Sure, if I did it out of respect for Tsukasa, or just because I wanted to change the subject. But I cut myself off mid-sentence. I was doing it again. What was I thinking? Not even Tsukasa was going to hate me for being a braggart. Hell, I hated myself. I was the worst, just the worst. But
マジか。
he was happy for me? A bit taken aback, I nodded firmly.
やったじゃんか。おめでとう。
See, he's happy for her. Like,
うん、
that's how it should
あり
be.
がとう。
お、
ありが。
だからなんで泣くんだよ。ふぅ。まだ推薦枠が決まったってだけで推薦入試があるんだろう。嬉し泣きするほど喜ぶにはまだ早いだろ
そうだよね。でもそうやっておめでとうって言ってもらえたからなんか嬉しくて。
う。たく。
ごめんね。
何が。
She wants so much to. She enjoys making people happy so much that if she's the slight cause of them being unhappy, that hurts her. You know, she has to realize that she can't base her emotions off how other people feel about her. You know?
泣いたりしてわけわかんないよね。
She's gonna be miserable if she does that.
そう思ってんなら早く泣きやめって。
もう大丈夫だから。
たく。
As I rubbed my swollen eyes, a smile broke through. Tsukasa let out an exacerbated sigh. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, his eyes lit up.
そうだシシド、ちょっと待ってろ。
うん。
Tsukasa ran into his classroom, quickly reappearing in the hall again just moments later. He was holding something.
お前にこれやるよ。
鉛筆？
In his outstretched hand rested a short, stubby little pencil. Not the sort of thing you'd expect someone to go out of their way to lend you. It was pocked here and there with small scratches, but it still seemed to be in relatively decent shape, considering how obviously worn it was.
受験必勝鉛筆。
That must be his special pencil. Super worn down.
受験必勝？
これ使うと試験に受かるんだよ。
本当に？
ああ、如月学園に受かるのは難しいって言われてた俺がこれ使って受かったんだから間違いないよ。
It's all thanks to this pencil.
じゃあこれ司くんが高校入試の時に使った鉛筆なんだ。
そう、経験新たかな鉛筆だぜ。
霊言新たかね。
あ、それだ。
それじゃあ借りるね。ありがとう。
言っとくけど貸すのは推薦入試までだからな。一般入試の時は俺が使うから返してもらう。だから推薦絶対受かれよ。
鉛筆を受け取り笑顔でうなずく。今度は司くんも笑ってくれた。
人の気持ちまで勝手に思いやって背負い込んで悲しみまで自分のものにして、お前みたいなのが先生になれたらいいのにな。
Sakasa had somehow sussed out from our conversation that I was crying because I'd upset Tomoe.
頑張れよ。負けんなよ。
He figured out something was wrong. Is this mostly gonna be a flashback chapter? No, I think it's just a really long chapter.
頑張れって言葉は
Is what I'm
辛い
starting to
時には
think.
プレッシャーになるから言っちゃダメってよく聞く。
Because we haven't even gotten to the school yet. And we will get to the school. This is gonna be a long chapter.
けれど私はこの優しい言葉が大好きだった。
But they're setting up for something, I feel like.
私頑張るね、司くん。
おう、
この日から私はどんどん司くんに惹かれていった。彼は全然そっけなくてちっとも振り向いてはくれなかったけれど、
I can still clearly recall the events of that day, even now. It was October, the day before my entrance exams. The weather outside had been miserable since this morning, invisibly, was all but non-existent. It would be a bad omen if I were to slip and fall on the day before the exam, so I decided to wear boots to school, just to be safe.
行ってきます。
We might be starting in the school with Yue, since they're giving all this information about her. When I opened the door, I was shocked to see a white-haired old woman lying on the ground, soaked to the bone. That's a little weird. I frantically rushed over to her side.
おばあさん、大丈夫ですか？しっかりしてください。どうしたんですか？あ、まさかひき逃げとか？
The road running by my house was narrow and mostly used only by our neighbors. Carson. Raccoon. He struck again. I looked over the old woman's body as best as I could. Fortunately, there were no signs of any serious injury.
よかった。事故とかじゃないみたい。娘さん。はい。今日は学校へ行ってはならん。
Oh my god. Here we go. I'm like, what eerie thing is gonna happen out of all this peace? Here it is. Exactly, ill-omened.
絶対に行ってはならん。
The old woman raised herself up slightly and spoke hoarsely. From the tone in her voice, she seemed terribly desperate.
だけど今日は面接の最後の練習があってね。行ってはならんと言っている。そういうわけにはいかないよ。面接は私が一番苦手とする試験だから。それよりおばあちゃんどうしたの？お家の人は？どうしてもか。え？どうしても行くというのか。うん。ならばせめて。
Not knowing what to say, I nodded apprehensively as the old woman began digging through her pockets. She produced what looked to be a crumpled scrap of paper. As she was digging around, I noticed that her breathing had become dangerously ragged and began considering my options to assist her. Really, I should have gone back into the house and called my mom. But there was something about her that kept me glued to the spot. I sensed desperation hiding in that unbroken gaze.
これを受け取りなされ。何？お守りじゃ。お守り？
The woman clutched my wrist and forcefully pressed the scrap of paper into my palm. Tilting my head, I unfolded the scrap and looked carefully at it. At first, I thought I'd just been handed a piece of trash. But when I unfolded it all the way, I saw that it was actually a paper doll in the shape of a human being. And there was a name written on the torso. Yue Shishiro. Yes, my name written plain as day is easily legible brushstrokes.
どうして私の名前？
お守りだからじゃ。守る対象の名を書かねば身代わりにはならんだろう。
What? Crazy. This was all crazy. I didn't understand any of it. Save for one simple fact. This old woman was here specifically to give me this strange paper charm. As far as I was aware, we were total strangers to one another, but she clearly knew both my name and my address.
やだ。ごめんなさい。せっかくだけど私これいらないから。
ない。じゃあ
As I extended my arm to return the paper doll, I could sense her entire demeanor had changed. She raised her body up unsteadily from the wet asphalt.
どうしてじゃ。わしが身を削って訪ねてやっているのに、なぜ誰もわしの言うことを聞かんのじゃ。
Who is this? What?
受け取らぬなら絶対に天神賞に行ってはならん。
She knows.
天神賞？
そうじゃ。行くな、行くな。
As the old woman cried out, the paper doll fluttered lightly to the ground. Almost instantaneously, it became soaked through with rainwater. My name began to run and quickly turned into an ineligible black smudge. Seeing this, the old woman grabbed and tore at her hair.
うわー！お守りが！これでもう抗う術は失われてしまった。
Oh my gosh. The way out has been lost.
おばあちゃん落ち着いて。
よいか、絶対に天神賞に行ってはならん。
She knows something. Unsuper Shane.
待っておばあちゃん、私の学校は如月学園だよ。天神賞なんて知らない。お母さん大 前で知らないおばあちゃんが倒れてるの。救急車呼んで。
わかったわ。
Paramedics arrived in a matter of minutes. The old woman seemed to be unconscious by that point, however. So the EMTs brought out the stretcher.
お二人はこの方の関係者ですか？
いいえ、家の前で倒れていたので救急車を呼んだんです。身元はわからなくて。
そうですか。では付き添いで乗車はされませんか
？The idea of making this old woman go to the hospital by herself just seemed like it would have been a shameful thing to do. Sure, she was a stranger, but we'd had a lengthy conversation mere minutes ago, so I couldn't very well say we had nothing to do with one another.
ゆい、あんたは学校行っといで。
でも
この方にはお母さんがついていくわ。あんたは今日面接の練習があるんでしょ。
そうだね。それじゃあお母さんお願い。
ええ。
I mean, I was a little hesitant, but I knew I really had to go to school today no matter what. I don't know, right? This woman appears randomly, like she's near death, gives you something with your name on it, begs you not to go to school. You know, like, at least skip a day. Like, or something. So I left this strange woman in my mom's care and heading towards school walked right by her stretcher. Suddenly, a hand rose from the limp form of the old woman and grabbed my skirt. Startled, I tried to jump away, but found myself ensnared by her terrible bloodshot eyes. That's what I'm saying. Like, she knows about the school. The thing is, though, she's not gonna go to the school until years later. So I don't know, you know, 'cause she doesn't end up at the school until they do the ritual when she's a teacher. So this means Yue was warned about this a long time ago. That's interesting. After school, once my final practice interview had concluded, I reunited with my friends and engaged in a usual regimen of gossip and small talk. Yeah, she didn't pay attention.
ってことがあってね。
Maybe she forgot, but still, you don't forget something like that, right? Like, you know.
かわいい。何よそれ。
When I described the events of that morning, everyone's eyebrows rose. They were hanging on my every word and yelping in unison at key moments.
ゆい、今日は家でおとなしくしておけばよかったんじゃない？
だって今日は面接の最後の練習があるからどうしても来たかったし。
何か起きないといいけど。
やだ、やめてよ。何も起きないって。
思い出した。
え？
天神症って言葉がちょっと引っかかってたんだけどさ、七不思議に出てくるんだよね、天神症。
七不思議ってうちの学校に伝わる如月学園七不思議のこと？
そうそう。
天神症って何？
Yeah, so she's heard the name.
放課後のよしえさんって言うんだけど、聞いたことない？
Whoa, 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 hold on. Yoshi after school.
知らない。
私も知らないよ。どんな話なの？
Yoshi. That's Sachiko's mom.
如月学園が建てられる前にこの場所にあった天神小学校での話なんだけどさ。
I know, right? Yeah. What is going on?
その天神小学校で放課後校舎の見回りをしていた女の先生が誤って階段から落ちて死んだんだって。
That a female teacher who had been patrolling the grounds slipped and fell down the stairs and died. Which we know is not true. She was killed by the principal.
その日は10月のちょうど今日みたいに雨が降る放課後で、時刻はそう夜の7時を過ぎたあたり。こういう日はよしえさんが出るんだって。天神小学校がなくなってしまったことに気づいていないよしえさんは如月学園の廊下を見回って歩いているんだよ。
やだ、それ本
当？まあ実際見たことがある人がいるから七不思議になってるんじゃない？
怖。ゆい、今日はもう帰ったら？そのおばあさんの言ってたことちょっと気になるし、ゆいだけ道が違うから一緒に帰れないじゃない？
Yeah, listen to Masako. That is false, yeah. But the thing is, no one knew that's how she actually, no one knew the principal killed her. So the story's going around that she slipped and fell. Right? They found out the truth by going into the school.
だね。お年寄りの忠告は聞いておくもんだよ。
Truth was never uncovered publicly. So no one knows what actually happened to Sachiko or her mother.
そうだね。なんかゾワゾワしてきちゃったし、もう帰ろうかな。それじゃあ先に帰るね。バイバイ。バイバイ。
気をつけてね。
明日ファイトだよ。
私は慌てて荷物をまとめ教室を飛び出した。
Bye bye. Yeah.
時刻は夕方5時になるところ。外は薄暗くなってきているけれど、階段の7時までにはまだまだ余裕があった。だから怖がる必要なんてないと、そう自分に言い聞かせて廊下を進む。
If she's this worried, she should just go home. She shouldn't have even came.
それでも
To be
下駄
honest.
箱にたどり着くまでの時間がやけに長く感じられた。ダメだ、やっぱり怖い。
お、ようシシド。
司くん。
今帰りか？なんだよその満面の笑みは。
なんでもない。ねえ、途中まで一緒に帰ろうよ。
ああ、いいけど。
やった。司くんの顔を見たら一瞬だけだけど怖かったのが吹き飛んだ。こういう時男の子ってすごく頼りになるなって思う。そばにいてくれたら心強いなって無条件に思わせてくれるから。もちろんそれが気になってる人ならなおさら。
Yeah, I'm sure that didn't hurt.
雨は朝よりも弱まっていた。その中を私たちは傘を差しながら歩く。司くんとはたわいもない話でそこそこ笑ったりもしたけど、でも私はどこかぎこちなかったかもしれない。得体の知れない恐怖みたいなものがちらついて、いつもみたいに振る舞えている自信はなかった。
She should tell him what happened.
シシド？
ん？
なんかお前顔色悪いぞ。どうかした？
ああ、
おい。
実は怖いことがあって。
怖いこと？
私の様子があまりにおかしかったのか、司くんは心なしか表情をこわばらせて私を見つめた。真剣に話を聞いてくれようとしているのが分かって、私はちょっと嬉しくなる。今抱えている恐怖をできることなら司くんと共有したかった。だから私は今朝あったこととカンナから聞いた怪談話を司くんに話した。だけど司くんは。
はあ、七不思議ね。七不思議を信じるなんて夢があっていいな。
え？
ん？
He doesn't believe.
司くんは怖くないの？
怖いっていうか妙だとは思うけどな。でもその謎のばあちゃんと七不思議なんて単なる偶然だろう。気にしすぎだって。
What kind of... I'm sure it was just a coincidence. What kind of coincidence is that? Her address, her name on the paper.
でも
あんま深く考えない方がいいんじゃね？
Unless he's just trying to help her feel better or something.
そのばあちゃんは確かに気味悪いけどさ、ちょっと変わった人だっただけだろ。
そういうんじゃなくて。
え？
解決方法を教えてほしかったわけじゃないよ。私は話を聞いてほしかっただけなの。
What?
話なら聞いたじゃんか。
だからそうじゃなくて。
はあ、わかんねえよ。なんか怒ってんのか？
男の子ってこういう考え方をする。
I have no idea why she's mad. That just flipped.
人によるのかもしれないけど、でも女子とは違ってすぐにこうすればいいじゃんって解決法を提示しちゃうのだ。
Oh, that's why she's upset. I mean, guys do that. Yeah, that's our way of helping, though.
結果女子は言いたいことが言えなくて消化不良になってしまう。
Oh my gosh.
私は司くんと恐怖を共有したかっただけ。司くんが一緒に怖がってくれればそれ
Yeah,
で
that
よ
was
かったの。
uncalled for. I feel you. Extreme fourth wall breaking.
この時の私は気にするなって言葉が 司くんの気遣いだとわからなかった。めんどくさいのかなってむくれてしまったのだ。
He was not brushing you off.
朝に見たおばあさんの顔が、目が、しわがれた声が何度も頭の中でフラッシュバックする。それが怪談話で増幅されて、じわじわと私の気持ちを暗くした。あんなに怖い思いをしたんだからっていう甘えや八つ当たりの気持ちもあったんだと思う。
It's like, okay, but what does she want him to do, right? Thinking about this for a second. She just wants him to listen, and that's it. Just, oh yeah, I'll listen to your problem. Good luck with that, right? He's thinking that she's telling him this because she wants a solution to her problem. So he's like, okay, I'm gonna help you think of a solution or a reason. She's like, nah, I just want you to listen.
私と司くんはこの時初めて気まずい雰囲気になった。
Things have become decidedly uncomfortable between the two of us. That makes sense, yeah.
それじゃ私こっちだから。
ああ。獅子堂。
He called out my name as I briskly walked away. I really didn't know why I was so angry or confused, but I did notice that his voice was tinged with concern. Yeah, she is a little angry though. That's a little much.
なんかあったら連絡しろよ。
See, he said the right thing here. He doesn't know what's going on with her, but he's like, if anything, just contact me. He can't do anything else. I considered turning back for a second, but changed my mind and pushed forward in a huff, leaving him behind. Oh my gosh.
ただいま。
ゆい、おかえり。
うん。
Greeting me at the door, my mother wore a somber expression. She didn't even bother to look back at him. Jeez. I thought she liked him. What the heck is that about? He's... I'm not even gonna look at him. I stared at her with scrunched eyebrows an awkwardly long time before she eventually reluctantly opened her mouth to speak.
今朝のおばあさんね。
うん。
さっき亡くなったって病院から連絡があったわ。
Old woman died.
嘘。
She did say she risked her life just to deliver that.
残念なことだけど。あなたは明日の推薦入試のことだけ考えていなさい。
うん。
それじゃあのおばあさんの話はこれで終わり。さあご飯にするから着替えておいで。
わかった。それじゃあ私部屋にいるから。
ええ。
お母さんがキッチンへと引っ込んでいくのを見届けて、私はもぞもぞと靴を脱いだ。気持ちは一層重くなっている。司くんにあんな態度をとってしまっただけでも嫌な気分だったのに、あのおばあちゃんが亡くなってしまっただなんて。
Returning to my room, I couldn't muster the energy to do anything but collapse onto my chair and sprawled out on the desk. The last thing the old woman had said to me echoed again and again in my mind. I began wishing I'd taken her more seriously. I should have accepted the paper doll and thanked her. I should have reassured her I wouldn't go to Heavenly Host Elementary. I mean, the place didn't even exist anymore, for goodness sake. I was exhausted. It was a hell of a day, and I no longer had the energy to move. I needed to change out of my school clothes, but still sprawled out over the desk, my eyelids drooped and closed. I was out. I awoke with a start. The air in my room had gotten notably cooler, and I was shivering.
寝ちゃった。
Rubbing my eyes, I glanced at my clock. The needles indicated it was 6:45.
もうこんな時間。
It was black outside my window, streaked with lines from the still pouring rain.
明日は晴れるといいんだけど。
Sunny for my exam. The weight of what the next day held for me came rushing into my mind. I'd practiced the interview process with my teachers quite thoroughly, but I was still really nervous.
そうだ。明日の用意しておかなくっちゃ。
Yeah, she's really stressing over this interview. There was still a little more time before dinner. My mind was swimming. I decided to take this opportunity to clean out all my notes and textbooks I wouldn't need for tomorrow.
残しておくものは学生証でしょ。それからハンカチとティッシュ。
Is the old lady cursed by Sachiko? She definitely knew about the curse. What I was thinking when I was watching that, I'm like, is this one of them? Is this her? She knew her address, you know? Is this her? Is this one of her students from the future or something? Because it felt like she traveled from somewhere to give her the...
受験票も忘れずに入れて、それからペンケース。あれ？嘘！ペンケースがない！学校に忘れてきちゃった。さーっと血の気が引いた。別に筆記用具で困ったわけじゃない。家にはいくらでも代わりがある。だけど、あの中には司くんから借りた受験必勝鉛筆が入っているのだ。
Yeah, but we were mean to Sakasa, remember? Why do you care about the pencil he gave you?
取ってこなくちゃ。お母さん、私ちょっと学校に忘れ物取りに行ってくる。
え？もうすぐご飯できるわよ。
すぐ戻るから。
そう。雨も降っているし、気をつけていくのよ。
あの鉛筆は絶対に明日試験会場へ持っていかなければならないものの一つだった。だから私は迷うことなく学校に戻る道を選んだ。
She's going to the school. Again.
降りしきる雨の中、 足元に気を配りながら全速力で走る。走っている間、ちらりと頭をよぎるのは起きた時の時間だった。6時45分。七不思議で語られていた時間は夜の7時。
Ooh. 6:45. The stories say Yoshi haunts the school at 7. Maybe the old woman meant don't go to school on this day. Maybe she got her days mixed up.
「校門前に着いて真っ先に時間を確認した。校舎についている大時計が指し示す時間は6時55分。
5 minutes. It's already 5 minutes to 7.
放課後のヨシエさんの怪談話が再び頭をよぎる。
So this is Yoshi after school. That's what this legend's called. Sachiko's is like Sachiko ever after or something, right? Sachiko ever after. Yoshi after school.
10月。雨が降る放課後。夜7時。あのおばあちゃん、もしかしてこうなるのが分かっていて。
See? She's starting to realize. Did that old woman somehow know this would happen?
やだな、もう。階段なんてあんなの作り話だって。こみ上げてくる恐怖を抑えつけるために声を出して自分を叱咤する。
Look how massive that school is. It's probably empty too.
見上げた校舎に人影はない。こんな時間なら生徒はもう帰宅しているだろうし、先生だってどれくらい残っているのか。けれど廊下の電気はまだ全てついていた。あれだけ明るければそこまで怖い思いをしなくても教室まで行けるだろう。よし、パッと行ってパッと済ましちゃおう。
I folded up my soaked umbrella and left it on the rack by the entrance, then changed into my indoor shoes. Look how empty those halls are. Then entering the brightly lit hall, I took another look around.
やっぱり生徒は誰も残ってないみたい。
My deep sigh echoed through the deathly silent corridor. Ordinarily, the din of other students would drown out the noise, but every little sound was coming through crystal clear at this late hour.
急がなくちゃ。もうすぐ7時だ。
I nervously made my way towards classroom 3-4, picking up speed as it occurred to me to do so.
今朝のおばあさんね。さっき亡くなったみたい。
その天神小学校で放課後校舎の見回りをしていた女の先生が誤って階段から落ちて死んだんだって。その日は10月のちょうど今日みたいに雨が降る放課後で、時刻はそう夜の7時を過ぎたあたり。こういう日はよしえさんが出るんだって。天神小学校がなくなってしまったことに気づいていないよしえさんは如月学園の廊下を見回って歩いているんだよ。
She walks the halls, believing them to be her own. Yoshi.
もう何考えてるのよ私。七不思議なんて司くんも言ってたじゃない。深く考えない方がいいって。
Lightning flashed, and thunder resounded with impeccable timing. I jumped in spite of myself.
とにかくパッと教室に行ってペンケース取ってこなくちゃ。
No ghost showed up in a well-lit. No ghost shows up in a well-lit building like this, right? Even if they did, they wouldn't be very scary under all these bright lights. I don't know.
あのペンケースに入ってる鉛筆は明日の試験にどうしても必要なの。だってあれは司くんがくれたお守りなんだもの。
I picked up the pace as I continued to head straight for room 3-4.
.中等部の方はもう真っ暗だな。
Ain't no way.
やっぱり誰もいないのね。それにしても今日はいつもよりこの廊下が長い感じがする。ただでさえこの廊下で遅刻しそうになるくらいなのに。
I continued my brisk walk down the impossibly long hallway toward my goal, jumping every now and again whenever another thunderclap sounded. Kisaragi Academy was comprised of both middle school and a high school, and this evening, it really felt like it was flaunting its massive size. Didn't help that my classroom was in the high school wing, which happened to be past the middle school, making it seem that much farther away.
いつもは賑やかな場所がこんなにも静まり返っていると余計に物寂しい気がするな。
So it's a combined high school and middle school. It's huge, yeah.
雨の音がやけに大きく聞こえるよ。
I was focusing on the scant few sounds around me as I paced down that long, lonely corridor. Then all of a sudden, I heard a faint noise as of someone playing an organ.
今の空耳だよね。そうに決まってるよ。こんな時間に音楽室で楽器を鳴らす人なんているわけないし。
There's no way someone would be here looking for a pencil case, right? I take a deep breath, trying to calm my nerves. It was probably the sound of the rain, wind and thunder mixing together. It just sounded like an organ, that's all. That's some extreme denial. I was convinced. I kept walking. But then, I heard the same noise again. This time more clearly. It was unmistakable.
嘘。やだ。
I was paralyzed with fear. My heart was pounding as if it was struggling to break free of someone's sinister grip.
きっとまだ吹奏楽部の子とか先生が残って弾いてるんだよね。そうだ、そうに決まってるよ。
Thinking about it, I vaguely recalled someone mentioning an upcoming performance by the Wind Instrument Club. I guessed an organ would qualify? Somebody must have stayed late to practice, that's all.
何でもかんでも怖い話に直結させちゃいけないな。
I took another deep breath and tried again to calm my overly jitter nerves.
怖いと思ったら何でも怖く思えるものだよね。
heard that if you let your imagination run too wild, fear can even make you see things that aren't there. And my imagination was so definitely running wild.
あとちょっとで教室だから走っていこう。
Look at her. She's like, I might as well run the rest of the way. I'm almost there. That's fear talking. I decided to dash toward my classroom so I could get out of this hall as quickly as possible. Finally, reaching that familiar door, I swiftly opened and flickered on the lights.
やっとたどり着いた。あとはペンケースを忘れないようにしなくちゃ。
We don't even know if the case is here. Like, she could have came all this way. It's not even here. Yeah, it's definitely not safe alone here at night. Why are all the lights on, though? If there's no one here. Thanks to all my unexpected pauses to freak out over thunder and lightning, it took me far longer to make it to class. It's already well past 7.
7時か。
It was the appointed time, when the ghost of the teacher was supposed to appear at least, according to the legend.
何もないじゃない。
I let out a sigh of relief and relaxed my shoulders a bit. The lights were on both inside the classroom and out in the hallway. Sure, it was still dead silent, but the fear I'd been feeling had completely melted away.
全然怖くないよ。やっぱり七不思議だなんて嘘だったんだな。
I grabbed the pin case. Okay, so it was there. I'd come back for and shoved it into my pocket.
よし、これで任務完了だね。
With my long ordeal behind me, more or less, I looked around the classroom and let out another sigh. I'd only ever known this classroom when it was bustling with activity, thus found its eerie silence and utter stillness to be oddly fascinating.
教室に私一人ってなんだか不思議な感じがするな。
Got the idea in my head to try doing something I normally wouldn't be able to do, like standing at the teacher's podium and writing on the blackboard.
こんなシチュエーションめったにないし。
To me, the area behind the podium, from which the teachers conduct their lessons, was like a sacred space. I dreamed of standing there myself one day, and could hardly resist its pull when presented with a rare opportunity like this.
今なら誰も見てないし。
She wants to play pretend. To my classmates, this would seem like such a silly, stupid dilemma, but that didn't change the way I felt at the moment.
どうしようかな。
Ah, it's our first choice of the chapter. We might as well come this far.
よし、少しだけ先生の気分を味わっちゃえ。
I decided I had to try it. During daily cleanup and such, I'd come and gone from this spot countless times. But this was the first time I'd ever had an opportunity to just stand here and preside over the classroom.
そうか。先生からはこんな風に見えるんだ。教室って。なんかちょっとドキドキする。
「 They're gonna save it. It's been a while. It may seem silly now, but this was my stage. This was where all my dreams would play out.
私もいつか
I began to imagine the future that awaited me. Painstakingly detailing some new piece of knowledge for students sitting attentively at their desks, gliding chalk across the board, filling it with information to aid them in their studies.
いつか先生になれるといいな
There goes that organ again. Maybe it was just the position of these joyous, freeing visions and the prickling dread I'd been feeling up until now. But then, in the blink of an eye, one of these two conflicting emotions completely overpowered the other. Oh my god. Okay.
停電
Suddenly, my surroundings were bathed in darkness. Going stiff with shock, I stumbled back a step. My back struck the blackboard with a dull thud.
いきなり何
Here we go. The organ's still playing in the dark. Instinctively, I grabbed hold of the rail where the eraser sat. I felt chalk dust against my fingertips. My panicked heartbeat was making it more difficult to breathe. Was this caused by the thunderstorm? If so, it sure picked a fine time to turn the lights out on me.
しかもオルガンの音まだ響いてる嘘なんで停電になってるならオルガンだって鳴らないはずなのに
It's been a while since we've seen darkness. Yeah.
行くな
Damn. Was this what the old woman was trying to warn me about? That's impossible. There was no fortune teller or psychic as far as I was aware of. She wasn't. How could she possibly have known this would happen? Hell, even if she were a fortune teller or psychic, predicting the future is the stuff of science fiction. I shook my head.
落ち着くのよ私音楽室の方はまだ停電になってないとかきっとそんな理由だよ
She's like, it's just this part of the school. The music room's still lit up. I curled my chalk-dusted fingers into a fist and silently tried to talk some sense into myself.
ともかく早く校舎を出よう
Yeah, just leave at this point. I shouldn't have been playing teacher. I should have been in and out by now. Cursing myself a little, I fumbled my way through the darkened classroom. I spent so much time in here. You'd think I'd be able to find my way out of it with my eyes closed, as it were. But sadly, that wasn't the case. Smashing loudly into a desk, I knocked it on its side and began tumbling after it, instinctively grabbing at the other desk around me for support. She's just making all kind of noise now. Whatever is in here, it knows exactly where she is.
といけない。机の中身まき散らしちゃったよ。元に戻さなくちゃ。
Still fumbling around blindly, I gathered up all the scattered notes, textbooks, and writing utensils.
でも暗くて何がなんだか。もう何やってるのよ、急いでるのに。本当にドジなんだから。
I let out a sigh. I seem to be doing that a lot lately.
と、これは教科書と、ノートでしょ。
I was trying to take inventory of all the things I knocked out of the desk. Didn't realize why. I might as well just stand it up, and stuff it all back in.
さすがに全部を間違いなく元に戻すのは無理だな。明日ここの席の子に謝らなくちゃ。
Not that it was a particularly pleasant prospect. Explaining what I'd done wouldn't be easy, and no matter how I sugarcoated it, it would serve as a clear indication of my clumsiness. If I didn't say anything, it's not like I'd be found out. But that would be the same as lying, as far as I'm concerned. I couldn't do that.
と、これで最後かな。
I placed my hand against the floor and swept it around, feeling for anything I might have missed. And I found something, all right.
やだ。何これ。なんだかぬるぬるして。
I'd clearly brushed my fingers across something, but I had no idea what. It was no notebook or writing implement, though. That's for sure.
机の中からなんでブニュブニュしたものが。
Maybe it had been on the floor this whole time.
なんだろうこれ。
I rubbed my sticky fingertips a bit deeper into the wet spot, then brought my hand up close to my face so I could get a better look at what was there. No comment. What on earth did I just touch? There was a flash of lightning, almost immediately joined by a roaring thunderclap. And with it, for a split second, the pitch black classroom was lit bright as day.
嘘。
It was covered in blood. I shot up to my feet, utterly mortified. In that split second, I had gotten a very good look at my fingers, and it really did seem as if they were covered in blood. But it wasn't just my hand, no. If my peripheral vision were to be trusted, it looked like the entire classroom was stained a deep dark crimson.
そういえば、なんとなく生臭い気がする。
Just leave at this point. Without thinking, I backed away from where I'd been crouching. I tried rationalizing what I saw. How could a whole classroom become bathed in blood like this? Did something spill? Did someone stumble here and injured?
ありえない。そんな、何よこれ。
My whole body was quaking. I fled from the classroom. Or rather, I tried to flee.
開かない。やだ。やだやだ。鍵なんてかかってなかったのに。今だって鍵はかかってないよ。それなのにどうして。
pulled open the door handle. I pulled on the door handle again and again in a frenzy. I was pulling so hard it felt like my fingernails might tear loose. But it just wouldn't budge.
なんでよなんでよ
I was absent-mindedly grabbing at my hair with one hand and slamming my fist on a nearby desk with the other. This was a nightmare.
何これ
Silence saturated the inky blackness of the room. I took several deep breaths in an effort to restrain my pounding heart.
とにかく一度落ち着かないと。そもそもドアが開かないのだって私がこんなにパニックになってるせいかもしれないし、さっきの変な塊だってきっと何かの勘違いだよ。だってありえないじゃない、教室にあんなわけのわからないものが落ちてるだなんて。
I was certain that what I had saw it ended up being something totally random, like someone's old soda stains or soda stained gym clothes. So she's thinking that
きっとそうだよ。そうだ、指についたのだって美術に使う絵の具かもしれないじゃない。
she's thinking that she imagined what she just saw. Yeah, I see. My imagination was running wild because I was panicking.
もしかしたらドアに何かが挟まってて開かないだけかもしれない。
I decided to check out the hypothesis by feeling my way across the floor and determining if anything was jutting out from any of the cracks.
ダメだ、真っ暗で何にも見えない。
I fumbled around the gaps in the floor, but I just couldn't make anything out that would be doing this. And the classroom's rear exit seemed to be a world away.
他の出口は
No, this was the third floor. I couldn't get out of this classroom without exiting into the hallway.
今すぐ外に出たいのに。
Still at a loss, I noticed a sudden flash of light through the hallway window. Oh my god. But the glass was only translucent, so I couldn't be sure of its source.
誰か歩いてくる。
There came the distinctive clop, clop, clop of footsteps.
そうだ、きっと用務員さんだ。
I recalled the existence of a custodian who always patrolled the school grounds. I was sure he must have been looking around after the sudden power outage.
助かった。
All at once, my fear-addled legs regained their strength. This nightmare would soon be over.
すみません。
I shouted to the custodian through the window, as loudly as I could muster.
すみません。閉じ込められてるんです。
To be sure he heard me, I shouted again. Finally, I could see the light out in the hallway again, and it seemed to be getting closer. However,
なんかこの光おかしい気がする。
perturbed, I took a step away from the window.
懐中電灯だったらもっと明るいよね。この光はなんだか。
Like a faint, unearthly glow, classically attributed to spirits, was what I was thinking. I tried to stop myself from finishing that thought, however. Dullness aside, it also looked like it was wriggling around in a very unnatural, in a very unflashlight way.
それにこの足音。
It's not a flashlight, Yue. 4 clomps, then a 3, a second interval, and another 4 clomps. They were sounding in a fixed rhythm.
用務員さんじゃない。明らかに変な歩き方。
The fear was back in full force. I had to find somewhere to hide. What if I accidentally summoned something inhuman? I mean, whatever that was, it begged for help. I begged for help. I literally invited it in. She actually did just invite it.
どこか隠れるところ。そうだ。
Ooh. Yeah, some choices here. Supply locker or teacher's podium. What do you guys think? Supply locker. Was there a locker? I don't remember her saying anything about a locker. Let's do the locker. I hurriedly squeezed myself into the metal locker, where the classroom's cleaning supplies were kept. Locker. It was pitch black in the room. You saw it in the background? So I really couldn't spare the time it would take to remove its contents. Instead, I just contorted myself to fit. So she just forced herself in. The locker was thick, with the smells of mold and varnish.
でもここで息を潜めていればきっと見つからないよね。
So I waited. I waited for the footsteps to pass by and fade into the distance, signaling that it was safe to emerge.
ずっとこんなところにいたらむせちゃいそうだよ。
Still, it felt a lot safer in the locker than it did out in the room. But the footsteps weren't receding. They were getting louder, closer, faster. Whoa. What the fuck? Those are not... What kind of footsteps? And then they came to a sudden halt.
Eh?
They were close, just outside the locker. I peered through the ventilation holes amidst the utter darkness of the classroom. There wasn't a soul to be seen.
大丈夫。ここにいれば大丈夫。
I'm not sure why I believed that. Maybe because I needed to. Maybe because it was so dark, or because I felt so much calmer in such a tight space where nothing could possibly sneak up behind me. I didn't know why and I didn't care. I just knew that, as far as I was concerned, I was safe in here. So I stood motionless and cramped, and I waited. I didn't have to wait long.
今なんか音がした。鍵がかかったような。
Suddenly apprehensive, I gently nudged the supply closet door just to make sure it wouldn't still open for me. To make sure it would still open for me when I wanted it to. Why would she do that? Why would she even touch the door? Don't move anything. Just stand still.
開かない。
It's locked.
見つけた。
Oh. I let out a stunning yelp at this unknown voice and tried with all my might to push open the door, blocking my escape.
開かない。開けてってば。
まだ残ってるの？
Oh my god. Is somebody still here? Damn.
居残りしてた罰よ。
There was a brief moment of silence following the eerie voice's unsettling proclamation. And then, the metal walls around me on all four sides began warping inwards as if the supply locker had somehow been fed into a trash compactor. There was no force I could imagine that should have been able to do this, but it was happening. This already confined space was steadily closing in on me. The collapse of the locker all around me continued slowly and steadily. I could feel all manner of things pushing and cutting into my body. My vision went bright red. One of the blood vessels in my eye probably just burst from the pressure. I wasn't gonna last much longer. The ventilation holes in the locker door were now pressed right up against my face, and through them, I could just barely make out the figure of a person. It was the old woman from this morning. She was standing just outside the slates, staring right into my eyes. It was the last sight I would ever see, as the locker finally, inevitably, smashed into my skull. Oh boy. Wrong end too. Those footsteps though, man. Always save at a choice. It's good we saw that.
どこか隠れるところ。そうだ。
Payback. Let's go under the... I mean, the locker seems like the safer option. Right? Alright, let's hide behind the podium, I guess. I hurriedly hid myself beneath the teacher's podium. I grabbed my knees, curled up, and made myself as small as I could.
なんなの。一体どうなってるの。
The footsteps continued to draw nearer and nearer. Little by little, the sound grew louder. Every hair on my body was standing on end.
このまま通り過ぎてください。お願いします。
held my breath, clasped my hands together, and suddenly prayed. They were close now. Very, very close. It would, yeah.
神様
Plus, I guess they would go for the locker first, right? You know, that's the obvious place to look. The locker. What was happening? Why is this happening? I couldn't make sense of it. I just wanted it to be over. I prayed to God that it would end. Was this what the old woman was trying to warn me about? Was this all happening because I ignored her? Because I didn't take the paper doll from her? Was it because I'd heard the ghost story of Yoshie and allowed it to get to me? Or did the strange events of that day have nothing to do with what was happening to me now?
口から心臓が飛び出しちゃいそうだよ
Still holding my breath, I didn't dare let even the slightest, tiniest of sounds escape and give away my position. So weird. You hear that? It's like, yeah, like people don't walk like that. It's going like 4 times and stopping. What in the hell? It stopped. The consistent rhythm of the footsteps suddenly ended halfway through one of its cycles. Shut up. And then it had ended right in front of this very classroom. I had goosebumps up and down my arms and legs. I stopped praying and clasped my hands over my mouth. I knew I'd scream if I didn't. Could this be Yoshie? Was the school legend real? All I could do was close my eyes, keep my mouth shut, and hope whoever or whatever this was would just go away. But the footsteps sounds didn't start again. If this was indeed Yoshie, then she'd stopped in front of the classroom and was just standing there. I had no concept of time anymore. I stayed in my hiding spot for what was probably only a few minutes, but felt like at least an hour.
足音が消えた
Do not leave that spot. I decided to carefully peek out from under the podium. Damn it. I gingerly edged my head out just far enough to get a glimpse of the room, when suddenly... Oh my god, this is what I was saying. The footsteps rang out once more. It sounded like they were headed right for me, and they might have been inside the room. I honestly couldn't tell. I scrambled back into my hiding spot and covered my mouth with both hands. This was too much for me. My breathing was coarse and erratic, and my face was a mess of tears and snot.
神様助けて
I was inconsolable. The footsteps just wouldn't stop. What on earth were they doing? It almost seemed like they were running around in circles just to scare me.
やめてもうやめて
mouthed these words over and over again and moved my hands to my ears in a vain attempt to block out the torturous sound. And as if in response, the sound changed. It was a loud, dull thud followed by silence. No more footsteps. I'd heard that sound hundreds of times before. It was the classroom door sliding open. Yeah, it's like they didn't know if someone was in there, and it was just trying to scare somebody to find out, you know? It's like they were just trying to... I peeked out the door, but it was still closed tight. How could that be? If the sound I heard wasn't the door, then what was it? Stop peeking out for one. What little safety I'd felt here was pretty much gone. But to be fair, I wasn't absolutely certain the spirit had seen or heard me either. I don't think it hurt her. Because it would have killed her immediately. I think it was trying to draw her out. It's like you said, messing with her. Because last time she moved in the locker and immediately ran towards the locker. It was trying to get her to make noise. The prospect of stepping out into the open wasn't a desirable one, but I had to decide if it was better to stay where I was or make a break for it. Ooh. 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 Get the hell out of here. Staying in one place for too long seemed like it would be inviting trouble. So I took a deep breath and reluctantly crawled out as quietly as I could. But almost immediately, I felt something. Damn it. Something long and thin had struck me back of the head. Or perhaps struck isn't the right word. There was a little force behind it, but it wasn't a hard slam. More like someone trying to get my attention.
木の棒？うん、これは指？
It's a finger. I knew I wouldn't like what I was going to see, but I had to face whatever this was, so I turned around. And there, looming over me was...
まだ残ってるの？早く帰りなさい。
A figure was peering down at me from above the podium. From above the podium. This thing was above the podium where she was hiding. With one emaciated wishbone-like finger extended towards my face. I recognized this person instantly. No doubt about it. This was the strange old woman who supposedly passed away earlier. What? I was scared out of my mind. I tumbled the rest of the way out from under the podium and shot to my feet. Ghost. There really was a ghost in this school. My breathing was ragged and my heart was pounding. so hard I thought it might explode. Plowing through all the desks in my way, I ran as fast as I could towards the classroom door. But that was as far as I could go.
どうしたの？
Are there 2 ghosts in here right now? There, on the other side of the door, tied up against the glass, was the old woman. She was glowing bluish white, the source of the light from earlier. But how in the world did she get to the door before I did? How did she get out of the room so quickly and position herself so perfectly to block my exit? I felt like I was starting to hyperventilate and tried my best to calm my breathing as my eyes darted around the room. I needed to get out of here now. To get as far away from this place as I possibly could.
前のドアから出られないとなると、外に出るには後ろのドアから出るしか。でもそうすると廊下は前のドアにいるあの幽霊の後ろを通らないと出口にはつかない。そんなの無理。でも
I bit my lip and continued scanning the room.
何かあれに対抗できるようなものがあればいいんだけど。
I didn't have the time to think carefully about it. I just had to grab something and hope for the best. There were 2 choices and I had to pick one on impulse before it was too late. Salt.
これって科学の実験の時に使った塩の残りだよね。
Like, of course, salt. Why would you get a broom against a ghost? Like, I heard that salt was used in purification rituals. So it seemed like the natural choice. Yeah, that's the natural choice. Hopefully it's the right choice.
よし、これを持っていこう。
I placed the salt in my pocket as sort of a protective charm.
怖いけど、行くしかない。
I looked over. The spirit of the old woman was holding out her hand on the other side of the door frame. She really was trying to catch me. I wasn't just being paranoid. She was going to kill me and turn me into a ghost like her. I was convinced. This had to be Yoshie, the teacher from the urban legend.
やだ、そんなの。
Bracing myself, I darted toward the door at the back of the classroom. There wasn't a moment to lose. If I didn't act fast, I probably wouldn't be able to act at all. I threw the door open and just began running at top speed, hoping to escape behind the spirit's back. Unsurprisingly, trying to outrun a ghost proved to be a fruitless endeavor. The spirit saw me and moved at breakneck speed to intercept. Oh my god. I thrust my hand into my pocket and withdrew the salt and threw the entire thing directly at the old woman's face. I guess that worked.
いるんだ、この隙に。
I ran down the hall as fast as my legs could carry me, briefly glancing over my shoulders. After a moment to confirm that the ghost was still writhing. I just kept running down that dark hallway with nothing but adrenaline and mortal fear keeping me going. I reached the stairwell at the end of the hall and made a mad dash toward the ground level. I was determined to get out of this situation, to get out of this building alive. Finally, still moving at top speed, I reached the window door leading outside. Luckily, the malevolent spirit hadn't caught up to me just yet. It actually seemed like I might be able to escape. I might actually survive this.
やっとここまで。
Grabbed the handle and tried pulling it. Come on, man.
やだやだ、開かない。なんで、どうしてここまで来て。どうして。開いてよ、開いてよ。どうしよう、このままじゃまたあの化け物に。なんとかしなくちゃ、なんとか。
Ooh. There's nothing to break it with.
どうしよう、どうしよ
Oh, fuck. Whoa. What happened? Hold on. I'm timed? I'm actually timed. Yeah, the choice went away. The choices are timed. Yeah, I'm gonna run. Or maybe I should hide somewhere and throw Yoshio off my trail. I had no particular destination in mind. My only thought was anywhere but here. After maybe 30 seconds, I found my way in the second floor hallway. There was an outside corridor connecting the two buildings of the school there, and it was the first alternate escape route to come to mind. Naturally, it was walled off from the outside for safety purposes, but the wall wasn't so big that I couldn't scale up in a pinch. I really didn't want to jump from the second floor of the building, but if I had to, I was confident that I would at least survive the fall with minimal injury.
念のため隠れよう。
I climbed the wall faster than I thought possible and dropped down the narrow ledge on the other side. It was just wide enough to sit down. My back was to the hallway, but my location should have been completely hidden from anyone inside the school. I looked down at the muddy ground below me. I really couldn't see much through the outside. It was completely dark. It was so dark that it felt almost like the whole world had been draped in a black veil.
ここで隠れて朝を待とうか。
No, you need to leave.
逃げててもきっといつか捕まるよ。
This ghost got nothing but time. She will find you. I opened the pin case in my pocket and pulled out the pencil I received from Tsukasa.
司くん、お願い。
I was really treating this stubby little pencil as a protective charm? Tsukasa said it would guarantee success on my test, not ward off spirits. Still, it was better than nothing. I clutched it tightly in my hands and prayed.
私を守って。
I whispered the words so quietly that I might as well have been mouthing them. But that seemed to be all of the opening that damn spirit needed. Wow, it hurt her. It hurt her whispering. I sensed a presence on the ledge with me, and was so startled that I almost fell from the perch.
やめてよ、おばあちゃん。どうして？
However, I could only sense her there. I didn't actually see her, and thought for one brief moment that maybe I was letting my imagination run wild. But then I felt the horrible sensation of something coiling itself around my arm. Whoa.
外はいけませんよ。
Before I knew it, a tall, shadowy figure had half emerged from the wall behind me, and she had me in her grasp. There wasn't much more to her than an indistinct flickering silhouette, but I could clearly see she had a broken neck. Was this a different aberration? Yeah, it's like two different ghosts. Her scraggly root-like fingers were squeezing my arm with tremendous force, pushing aside muscle and tissue and pressing right on the bone.
どこに行くの？もう少しだから待ってね。
Double dipping ghosts.
痛い痛い痛い。
Yeah, that's the mom. That's Yoshie. I don't know who the old woman is. Hold on a second. Yeah, that's her mom. I'm back. I was shaking hysterically, and tears were streaming down my face. I was absolutely convinced that I was gonna die here. Let go of me. Yeah, I had to get the door. I'm back. Again. Alright, so let's see. Package delivery does not care if you're streaming. I could offer no resistance. She was too strong. All I could do was plead with her. I felt like my arm would snap in two at any moment.
ずーっと一緒にいましょうね。
She wasn't just grabbing, but twisting as well. The pain was unlike anything I'd ever experienced before. I couldn't think about anything else. Stopping it had become my first and only priority. I struggled violently against the spirit's grip, ultimately breaking free by throwing my body off the wall toward the unseen earth below. In the face of death, everything really does seem to slow down. I read somewhere that this is because the brain is sending out all kinds of distress signals or something. Slow motion or not, I was fully aware of my surroundings. I was cascading through the air just outside my building. Let's grab the ledge. We're falling, right? I was pretty sure this fall would kill me. With a controlled jump, I might have been able to survive, but I was stumbling like a rag doll. I was a goner. I couldn't even remember what you were supposed to do in a situation like this. Try to flip over? Brace for impact? In one last-ditch effort, in an attempt to survive, I stretched out both my arms. Maybe somebody would be waiting. Maybe somebody would grab them. Maybe somebody would save me. Somebody actually did. I honestly wasn't expecting that. I really thought there was no hope. But then at the last second, I was yanked to safety.
Shishida!
Tsukasa.
Tsukasa-kun!
Tsukasa came to school.
大丈夫か？つかめ、俺の腕！
Boyfriend, he's definitely boyfriend after this. I held onto his arms with all my might. And against seemingly impossible odds, I was pulled in. My life was saved. This was like some scene out of an anime. It shouldn't have happened. This was too convenient. But I wasn't about to complain.
よく頑張ったな。
どうして司くん？
今はしのごの言ってる場合じゃない。逃げるぞ。
Tsukasa was still holding on to me tightly after coming to my rescue. He took off down the hall. Back into the heart of the school with me in tow.
ちくしょう、なんだよさっきのは。俺は夢でも見てるのか。
So he saw it too. Okay. That's good. He practically spit these words out as he continued running.
どうしてここに司くんが？
I tried to match his gait, and once we were a bit more in sync, I looked up at his face. He was fast. After we'd reached the end of the hall, he suddenly veered into the last classroom before the stairwell, pulling me in with him.
シシド、お前怪我はないか？
大丈夫。私はもう一人で歩けるから。
ああ、悪い。
I moved away from Tsukasa and almost immediately spilled onto the ground like a house of cards.
おい、大丈夫じゃないじゃん。
そうだけど、でもすぐに。あ、
無理すんなよ。
Tsukasa grabbed my arm to help me. Unfortunately, it was the arm Yoshie had been twisting.
悪い。やっぱり腕怪我してるのか？
よくわかんない。でもすっごく痛いよ。焼けるみたい。
Draped my other hand over the sore spot, where I assumed there was probably one hell of a bruise. I started rubbing gently, but it didn't help at all.
そうか。じゃあ保健室ですぐに手当てした方がいいな。
No, we should leave right away. Like, what is he?
でもそしたらまた。
あいつが来るって。
Just thinking about going back out there and facing Yoshie made me shudder. I couldn't believe he was even entertaining that idea.
心配すんな。もし仮にあいつが来ても、俺が絶対お前を守ってやるから。な。
司くん。
Tsukasa's gentle reassurance actually made me forget the pain in my arm for a moment. I had to stop myself from blushing, or try to at any rate.
怪我は一刻も早く手当てした方がいいって。まあどうせ先生なんかいないだろうけど、応急手当てくらいなら俺にだってできる。よし、行くぞ。
Tsukasa offered me his hand, and I graciously took it, squeezing it tightly as he led me out into the hallway.
司くんの手、あったかい。
Despite the fact that nothing had really changed, I was still in just as much danger as I had been. The paralyzing fear I had been feeling was gone. If it were just me, I would have never been able to do this. I would have frozen up, with Tsukasa leading the way. I felt I could do anything.
シシド、少し走るけど大丈夫か？
With my blessing, Tsukasa upped his pace significantly.
もうあいつが出てきませんように。
I prayed silently for smooth sailing as I followed Tsukasa's lead.
このまま司くんと一緒にいられれば安心。
Gently squeezed his hand again, as if to reassure myself that he's still with me. I was starting to think that maybe Yoshie was gone. Maybe we thwarted her. But of course, just as I was thinking that, she made her presence known again.
なんだってんだ。出てこい。
In unearthly voice reverberated throughout the dark corridor. I immediately drew myself into Sakasa's back.
もっと連れてこい。
Bring more. Over Sukasa's shoulder, I saw the same shadowy figure from before. They must have been waiting here to ambush us.
大丈夫、落ち着け。
The ghost was moaning and wavering before us. We'd never be able to get past it. Did you see what she said? She said, bring more.
私のために何でもしてくれる。
She said, bring more. You'll do anything for me. I think she's talking about Sachiko. Because wasn't Sachiko sending children to her? She's like, bring more.
おい、獅子堂。俺があいつを引きつけるから、その隙に走って逃げろ。
やだよ、一緒に逃げて。
Yeah. Because initially she was like she wanted more children, but then over the years she started to change her mind. She's like, no, stop sending them. This isn't right. I think she's talking about Sachiko. Yeah. She even said that in the last game, huh? She was like, Sachiko would do anything for me. Or
俺には秘密兵器があるのさ。俺のばあさんからもらった形見のお守り。さっきあいつにこれを向けたら少し割り上がった。
形見のお守り？
あ
あ。でも司くんやっぱり危険。
俺？まあなんとかなるだろう。
そんな。
待ちなさい。
don't let this guy you just met end up dying. We really didn't have the time to be arguing. It was closing in fast. And as it did, I noticed the spirit's figure had become more defined. She was a tall young woman, with her head turned sideways at a 90-degree angle. The tale of Yoshie suggests she fell down a flight of stairs, so a broken neck would certainly fit.
早く走れ!
He gave my back a shove to get me started, and with no time to object, I unconsciously obliged.
Oi, 化け物! こっちだ!
Yeah, I believe her mom changed, right? Because she was like, no more or something, no more. It was too late at that point. Like, Sachiko was fully committed to. I don't even think she wasn't actually. Her mother even said it. She's not killing for me anymore. Tsukasa ran as close as he possibly could to get Yoshie's attention, then turned tail and began sprinting off the opposite direction.
こっちだぞ! 化け物!
Amazingly, it worked. The spirit began chasing Tsukasa, leaving me completely unobstructed.
どうしよう。私このまま一人逃げてもいいの？
I was torn. On one hand, I knew this was my best chance, but I couldn't help worrying about what would happen to Tsukasa if his charm failed. I stopped for a moment and glanced over my shoulder. I was still running, he was still running, and the shadowy figure was still in hot pursuit, so he's still running from it.
司くん、お守り出して！危ないよ！
いいから行けって。お前が逃げ切ったのを確認したら俺も逃げるからさ。
I still can't believe I fell for it. But this was right about when I realized the truth. Tsukasa had no protective charm. He just made that up so I wouldn't object too strongly to see him serving as decoy while I got away.
やっぱりダメ！
So he lied. He has no charm. He just wanted to protect her. I stopped in my tracks and shouted at the top of my lungs.
待ちなさい！ヨシエ先生！
I wasn't sure exactly what I was getting myself into, but I had to do something, and calling the spirit's name definitely seemed to have an effect.
あなたの名前知ってるわよ！
おい、シシド！
All at once, the black figure was facing me. Though I never saw her turn around, she was flying towards me now, ignoring Tsukasa.
怖くない怖くない怖くない怖くない怖くない怖くない怖くない怖くない怖くない怖くない怖くない怖くない怖くない！
I repeated this like a mantra and stuck one hand into my pocket, grasping tightly onto the one and only item that I'd stashed in there.
お前は私を知っているのか？
私には本当にお守りがある。
Tsukasa's care, his effort, his beliefs, they're all packed into this pencil. And when you get right down to it, that's what a charm is, right? I squeezed a nubby little thing in my pocket, mentally preparing myself for the confrontation ahead. The confrontation I'd impulsively initiated.
シシド！逃げろ！
逃げない！私は逃げないわ！神様、どうかお願い！助けて！
I closed my eyes, lifted my hand from my pocket, and brandished Tsukasa's pencil intently. The gauntlet had been thrown. I was putting a lot of faith into this, and I really hoped I hadn't made a mistake in doing so.
私はシシドユイ！この学校で先生を目指しているわ！
I opened my eyes to find that the shadowy spirit Yoshie had stopped dead in her tracks. Did it work? Was Tsukasa's pencil keeping this vengeful spirit at bay?
私の代わりはいらない。死ね！
Suddenly, I was whisked off my feet and slammed against the ceiling.
シシド！
I could see him down below. He was staring up at me and desperately leaping. He was trying to catch me. I suppose even though he knew he'd never reach. I called out to him over and over again in my mind. If he could get away, if he could survive this ordeal, then it would all have been worth it. Yoshie was drawing near, and I was helplessly pinned to the ceiling. I had no chance at all. There was no doubt in my mind that my life was over. I clung to this relief. I felt at Tsukasa. I clung to the relief I felt at Tsukasa's safety. It was the only thing keeping me from losing my head entirely. Then all at once, the situation took a complete 180. It was like a miracle.
Shinozaki Yoshie!
What?
そこまでにせい!
The old woman. Before I had any idea what was happening, I found myself bathed in a light. A gentle light.
O ばあちゃん。
守ってやれんですまんな。せめてこれ以上邪術が拡大せぬこと。
It was the old woman who had collapsed in front of my house. She was standing down below me, enveloped in a warm glow. The black shadow lunged toward her. Then there was a horrific noise, and the old woman was gone.
獅子だ!
And just like that, I fell to the ground. Whatever Yoshie had done to me, the old woman must have nullified it. That must have been why she came to me this morning, and why she had come to me again now. She's protecting. We will defeat evil. I felt like I was gonna faint. Tsukasa ran to my side and gently scooped me off the ground in his arms. Yoshie's spirit was gone. She'd vanished along with the light. Around us now, the only sound was the pitter-patter of raindrops on the school roof.
おい獅子だ獅子だ
司くん。
I mean, like, she could have said so sooner, right? She made it look like she was killing us or trying to kill us. I'd suffered quite a bump on the head just now from my fall, and decidedly disoriented. But I still had enough sense to put my arms around Tsukasa's neck.
バカ逃げろって言ったのに
ごめん。でも。
I wanted to protect you. I couldn't bear the thought of losing you, is what I wanted to say. But instead, I just passed out in his arms. Right? Jeez. Concussed. I felt as though I was walking from a long, horrible dream. I was waking from a long, horrible dream.
おい大丈夫か
So I guess Tsukasa lived? Where is he then?
おい獅子だ
校？
本当に大丈夫か？見ればわかるだろ。学校の保健室だって。
保健室。
It occurred to me to look at my surroundings, probably something I should have done before asking about them. But in my defense, I was out cold. Beige walls, pink curtains, white beds with solid blue covers. This was indeed the school infirmary. No doubt about it.
どうして？
They're still in the school.
どうしてもこうしても、お前があんなところで倒れてたから、ここに連れてきてやったんじゃん。
Wait, what? A better question is, why are you here? I found you passed out on the ground out there, so I carried you in here.
あんなところ？
おいおい、まだ具合悪いんじゃないのか？肛門だよ、肛門。
校門に？私、そこに倒れてったの？
そうだけど。
私、確かに学校の中でヨシエさんから逃げて。そうだ、腕を怪我して。腕、なんとも、ない？
はあ？腕？
夢だったの？そんなはずない。だって本当に痛くて痛くて死んじゃいそうだったのに。
ああ、まあなんか様子が変だけど、とにかく無事でほっとしたよ。
What is happening?
こういうのって虫の知らせって言うんだな。なんとなく気になってお前ん家に行ったら、お前のお母さんに学校に行ったって聞いてな。そしたらあんなところに倒れてるんだもんな。
So that's why he went to the school. He went to look for her.
司くん、
うん。まあとりあえず詳しい話は後で聞くからさ。ちょっと待ってな。
司くん、行っちゃった。ヨシエさんのこと聞こうと思ったのに。
あら、シシドさん、目が覚めたのね。
先生！
驚いたわよ。三國くんが血相変えて私を呼びに来るんだもの。私が当直でよかったわね。
ご迷惑をおかけしてすみません。
それはいいのよ。でも、あなたずいぶんうなされていたから、悪い夢でも見てたんじゃない？
悪い夢？
そうよ。三國くんもすごく心配してたわよ。
そうだ。やっぱり、きっと悪い夢なんだ。昼間に怖い話とか聞いちゃったし。
I know she's not trying to chalk that up to just a nightmare. As vivid as that was. And the fact that Sakasa came to the school the same as in her dream? Come on, Yue.
ともかく、もう大丈夫？
はい。
そう、よかったわ。
The nurse smiled cheerfully and disappeared behind the partitioning curtain. Letting out a sigh, I laid myself down on the bed once more. It was dead silent. The rain must have let up. The only sound I heard was an occasional cough from the nurse, who was otherwise going about her business quietly.
あ、そういえばペンケース。
Now, if she finds this pin case in her pocket, that actually happened. I thrust my hands into my pockets, not really expecting to find it, but
ちゃんとある。
it's in her pocket. The pin case, complete with Tsukasa's pencil talisman inside, was present and accounted for, which meant that
私、やっぱり教室には行ったんだ。やっぱり夢じゃない。
おーい。
あ、司くんおかえり。
I was still trying to remember the exact details about what happened when unexpectedly felt something cold pressed against my cheek.
これって。
お前うなされてただろ。汗もかいてたし喉乾いたんじゃないかなと思ってさ。ほらコーヒー牛乳。
He put a cold can against her face.
あ、ありがとう。
Tsukasa went out of his way to buy this just for me. It was a lovely gesture. How could I possibly refuse?
お前さ、明日というかもう今日か。推薦の試験だろ。何時からだ。
9時。
あと4時間か。
もう無理だよ今日は。
I don't even want to think about that right now. I'd been through hell on earth. Taking a test was the furthest thing from my mind. I was in tears, and I had no idea why. Maybe it was because I was so relieved, so glad to be alive.
Oh. よし。なあ、シシド、起きれるか？
え？
ちょうどいいから、お前にいいもの見せてやるよ。
いいもの？
おう、そうだな。むしろ、お前には見てほしいんだ。
うん。
My nose was still running, but my heart felt a lot lighter. I no longer felt threatened by this school. I was comfortable and safe. Cue the nurse to leave. The two of us left the nurse's office, with Tsukasa in the lead. And even though I was holding a cold coffee in my hand, I still felt warm all over. Neither of us said a thing. As he led me through the empty halls, it occurred to me that when we last saw one another, I was mad at him.
ほら、シシド、着いたぞ。
ここって渡り廊下？
He's showing her his favorite spot.
まあまあ、もうすぐだからちょっと待てよ。
もうすぐ？
I had no idea what I was looking for. I just kept staring at him, but his eyes were fixed on the window leading out to the walkway. As I gazed upon him in profile, I felt my heart skip a beat.
昨日のこと謝らなくちゃいけない。
You should apologize. Yes. That was very mean. But I just wasn't sure what to say. I'd let my feelings get the better of me and reprimanded him for behavior that was, at least at the time, entirely reasonable. There was more to it than that, though. There was one particular reason, more than any other, that made it hard for me to think of the words to say here. He and I had run from Yoshie together. We escaped her wrath against insurmountable odds. And what if that wasn't all just a dream?
お、出てきたぞ。
I followed Tsukasa's pointing finger and
はあ、朝日。すごいすごい。
俺、ここでよく夕日を眺めてるんだけどさ、朝日もいいもんだな。
綺麗だよ。街がオレンジに染まっていく。
お、元気出てきたな。
ここって司くんの言ってた例の場所だよね。
おう、うん。
今まで絶対に教えてくれなかったのに、どうして今日は教えてくれるの？
別になんとなく。
なんとなくって。
imagine if he said that. I could think of a reason, but I didn't say anything. It just seemed kind of far-fetched to me. And if I were misinterpreting him, I'd be very embarrassed. He couldn't possibly be, could he? My face felt kind of warm. I placed the sweaty cafe ao latte can on my cheek and slightly sighed.
どうした？
She's been sighing a
顔
lot.
赤いぞ。
そう？
まだ具合悪いんじゃないのか？
I wonder if he clearly doesn't remember, but I wonder if he has a feeling that they went through something together. That's probably why he showed her this. Maybe. I don't know.
そんなことないよ。ほら、朝日が赤いせ。
Stronger bond. Yep.
おお、なるほどな。
Boys can be so dense sometimes. She's not wrong.
試験頑張れよ。今からすぐ戻って準備すりゃ間に合うだろ。
ありがとう。司くんのそれ好き。
え？
それとあとごめんね。
なんで謝るんだよ。
や、その昨日ほらなんかちょっと気まずくなっちゃったし、七不思議の話して。
ああああ、そんなこともあったっけ？
そんなこともって私は結構気にしてたんだけどな。
女子はほんと細かいこと気にするよな。俺は全然何とも思ってなかったのに。
He had already forgotten about it.
そっか。
I let out another sigh and turned my back towards the morning sun, stretching my arms skyward as a sudden wave of exhaustion overcame me. The day had gotten brighter bit by bit, and I just stood there silently, trying to piece together all the jumbled thoughts rattling around in my head. I was running away from Yoshie, and Tsukasa was with me. Then I was saved by that old woman.
やっぱり夢だよね、あんなの。
As the bright rays of the sun washed over me, I felt new life and new hope welling up from within, and I finally came to terms with those horrid events. Most likely, I got the pin case without incident, but then on my way back, something hit my head and knocked me out. That would have been just my luck.
あ、ちょっとシシド、動くなよ。
Why would you? They're having a peaceful moment, and you're like, "Too bad she dies."
そのまま、そのまま。
Just stating the facts. True. I didn't know what he was planning to do. He was staring right at me. It felt kind of like he was staring into my soul. Yeah, she shot right through their peaceful moment. Slowly, Tsukasa drew his face toward mine.
これって。
シシド。
嘘。何これ。
I shut my eyes. I was ready for this. Maybe I just didn't want to look. But the next sensation I felt wasn't quite the one I was expecting.
シシド、これ大丈夫か？
He grabbed my arm for some reason and was staring down at it intently.
何よ紛らわしいな。
She's so mad. She's so mad. She's like, what the hell is he doing? Oh my god. She sounded like the old woman for a second. That's how mad she is. He ruined our perfect moment. The hell is he doing?
で、やだ、何これ。
Turns out he was just concerned by the strange bruise I had apparently received, which had momentarily become visible when I raised my arms. It was right around my elbow, right where Yoshie had grabbed me in my dream.
痛そうだな。
全然痛くないけど。
けど
なんでもないよ。
Given a wry smile, I gently pulled my arm from his grip.
ねえ、司くん。
ん
帰る前に一つお願いがあるんだけど。
なんだよ。
手繋いでもいい？
That was huge. Yeah.
手？
手ダメかな。なんでという彼
Yeah,
の言
different
葉には
story.
なんとなくと答えた。そっと指先を掴んだだけの軽いものだったけど、初めて私はお互いの心がつながっているのを感じた気がして、とても嬉しかったのを覚えている。
And we're back to the flashback.
ゆい先生、ゆい先生。
つかさくん。
Whatever happened to them?
ゆい先生ってば。
I knew I had heard that voice before, but who was it? Was I dreaming again? I still felt like I was holding Sikasa's hand, though.
ゆい先生ってやっと起きた。
あら？え？持田くん？
そうだよ、持田聡だよ。
と
I was still dazed. I had no idea what was going on. All I knew was that one of my students, Satoshi, was here, and he looked concerned.
ゆい先生、いい加減手を。
え？あら！
I finally realized what he was talking about. I was holding Mochida's hand in my own and squeezing it awfully tightly.
やだ！ごめんなさい！私したら。
いいけどさ、ゆい先生、結構握力強いんだな。
Look at her arm. There's a bruise on there.
あら、そう？これでも昔はか弱く儚い美少女として巷に名を馳せたものだけど。
それどこから突っ込んでいいの？
手厳しいわね。
Mochida was a good student. He and I got along well, and we were already falling back into our usual pattern of good-natured ribbing. Except...
ちょっと待って。どうして持田くんがうちにいるの？
それさっき話したじゃん。
え？
はあ、その調子じゃ何も覚えてないんでしょ。
何も？
さっき俺の作ったおかゆ食って薬飲んでまた寝たじゃないか。その時話したのに
So he actually fed her. Made her some porridge.
本当に綺麗さっぱり覚えてない？
全然。
He was actually taking care of her the whole time. She's running for her life. Yeah.
笑えないよ、もう。
Mochida sighed and pointed at the table.
あれ、山崎先生からの届け物。
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Because she got that mark back when she was 17. And so if we see her in the school, right? That's probably going to be her darkening mark. Most likely. Oh! Remember, I don't know, do you remember in the first game I told you her arm was dislocated or broken or something? That's the arm. That's the arm.
もしかしてわざわざそれを届けに来てくれたの？
It's a really small detail. That's a good detail. Story detail. Wow.
そうだよ。そしたらゆい先生があんまりにひどい状態だったから飯作って。
She's at least fated to have some type of arm injury, I guess. Some kind of arm-related injury.
あ、キッチン借りていいって言ったのはモネだから。
そっか、モネちゃんがね。
Stroked Monet's neck and he lied down contentedly on my futon. Such a pretty kitty. I was always getting kind of wrapped up in petting him. As often as I did, I almost forgot Mochida was here until he let out a huge sigh.
ゆい先生、玄関の鍵は閉めないと不用心だよ。
あら、開いてた？
うん。今回ばかりは開いてて助かったけど、でも今後はちゃんと閉めないとダメだからな。
The student lecturing the kitty. The teacher. had the cat on the brain. Student lecturing the teacher.
気をつけるわ。
That is a cute cat.
なんで笑うの？
持田くん、私のお母さんみたいだから。
You sound like my mother.
うわ、複雑。
I didn't mean to laugh. I must have seemed kind of deranged, but I could always blame it on the fever. Mochida looked at me and let out another sigh. My poor sense of humor must have been getting to him.
はあ、でもまあ、だいぶ元気になってきたみたいでよかったよ。
そうみたい。
結構寝てたもんな、ゆい先生。
そうね。確か今朝風邪でめまいがして、学校にお休みの電話をして、モネちゃんのご飯を用意して、そこから先の記憶がないのよね。
They made it a point to show us her arm like that.
あれ、コンビニ行ったんじゃないの？
コンビニ？
うん。冷却シートと弁当があって、ほらこれ。レシートの時間。今朝になってるけど。
ほんとだ。
もしかしてゆい先生、コンビニ行ったこと覚えてないの？うわーもう、しっかりしてくれよ。まさかパジャマで出かけたりしてないよな。
そんなことはないと思うけど。
He has a good personality, the teacher.
どうかな。
She's funny.
笑ってごまかさない。
ごめんごめん。持田くん、私のことずっと看病してくれてたの？
うん。
She doesn't even remember. She's like, probably.
そう。遅くまでごめんなさいね。
It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. I couldn't believe Mochida had been with me this whole time. I felt both guilty and grateful. I definitely gained a new respect for him.
おかゆ、まだちょっと残ってるから、腹減ったら食べてよ。
She probably did.
ええ。
あとそれから、これ。
スーパーの袋？
冷蔵庫を見たら何もなかったからさ、ついでに買っておいたよ。
え？
The bag was quite heavy. Inside it was a bottle of orange juice, some bananas, canned peaches, apples, and other assorted fruits.
これ？
He bought her a bunch of stuff.
風邪の時ってビタミンを取るといいんだろう。それ食べて早く良くなってよ。
持田くん。
That much fruit couldn't have come cheap, especially for a high schooler. I considered offering to pay him back, but decided against it. I knew he wouldn't take the money. And besides, I really appreciated the fact that he'd gone through all this trouble for me. I'd return the favor another time. If it ever seemed like he was going to be staying late after school, maybe I'd buy him dinner. Or I could help him with preparations for the school festival.
じゃあ俺帰るよ。
あ、大丈夫？道わかるかしら？なんなら途中まで見送りに行くわよ。
大丈夫だよ。ゆい先生はおとなしく寝てて。
Extra episode. Extra chapter.
まだ本調子じゃないんだし。第一、夜道を女の人一人で歩くなんて危険だよ。
持田くんは優しいね。そういうとこキュンとしちゃう。
あれ？そういうこと俺に言っていいの？
なんで？
Mochida and I joked like this a lot. Usually it made him blush and get adorably embarrassed. But not today. Today he just grinned sheepishly, with a mischievous glint in his eyes. I didn't quite get it. What was his angle?
司くんって誰？先生の恋人？
Ah, He's like, I got the dirt on you. Who's Sakasa?
どうしてそれゆい先生寝てるときずっとその人のこと呼んでたよ。うなされながら何度もつかさくんつかさくんって。誰なんだよ。
That crafty Mochita had turned the tables on me. And now embarrassing. And how embarrassing to know that I'd been calling Sakasa's name.
それは
I hesitated to answer for a moment, but then figured, what the hell? Why not?
司くんはね、私の初恋の人。
So it was her first love.
その様子じゃ、ゆい先生はよっぽどその人のことが好きだったんだね。だって先生さっきすごかったよ。
Oy oy. What happened?
だって先生さっきすごかったよ。俺のこと司って人と間違えてたでしょ。
Ah, what are you saying? This thing was on auto skip. There we go.
これは熱のせいよ、きっと。
まあいいや。そういうことにしてあげる。
もうあんまり大人をからかわないで。
She says respecting your elders. She's not even that much older.
だってこんなゆい先生めったに見れないからさ。
I wasn't sure he was ever going to give me the full story of all the embarrassing things I'd done in my fevered days. And maybe it was better he didn't. Either way, I was in his debt. So he could tease me all he wanted, just this once.
やばい。そろそろ帰らないと。ゆかがカンカンだ。
Yeah, she's 6 years older.
今日はありがとね。もう暗いから気をつけて帰るのよ。
はーい。それじゃあ先生、食事をきちんととって頑張って早く治してくれよ。
頑張る。
Right?
ファイト。
ありがとう。
He'll keep that secret.
いい子だな、持田くんは。いかんいかん。あの子は生徒だぞ。
I better be careful though. He is my student after all.
おいで、モネちゃん。一緒に寝よっか。
He must remind her of Tsukasa. They do seem similar, personality-wise.
会いたいな、司くん。
Oh man. Oh, It says it right there. A chronicle of past events. This was a flashback chapter. Chapter 3 clear. Purgatory is next. Yeah, I said it right there. Flashback chapter. You were right. Let's see. See what they have to say. Did we unlock? We unlocked Tsukasa. I think we unlocked 3 of them.
お疲れ様です。どうも。持田聡役、下野紘です。はい、ということでですね、今回、コープスパーティー、ブラッドカバーリピーティッドフィアの、続編というかですね、第2章、コープスパーティー、ブックオブシャドウズ。はい、こちらの方ですね、プレイしていただきまして、本当にありがとうございます。ということで、今回ですね、僕はですね、新たに収録した部分というのの、収録が終わったところなんですけれども、今回いろいろと実際にゲーム本編が始まる前の、お話ですね、ゆい先生とちょっといろいろなんていうんですか、そういうなんかね、淡い感じのそういうのがちょっとやってて、少し僕もねなんか恥ずかしくなっちゃったりとか、そういう風になった感じのそういうね、全然そういう風なこともないんですけれどもね、今回、ゆい先生が風邪ひいて、そのゆい先生を、看病することになった、さとしくんということで、本編は本当にですね、怖いという風な、本当に怖い印象があったりとかしますけれどもね、結構僕もファンレターでいろいろと本当に怖くてですね、まずオープニングを見た段階でもう電源を消しましたっていう人もいたぐらい本当に、怖いものになっていますけれども、このゆい先生との、このストーリーは、全く全然そういう風なこともなく、新キャラクターが出てきたりとか、そういう風なことに関してですね、ちょっと触れていたりだとか、どなたでも
He
お
said
気
he
楽
gets
に
scared reading the
やってい
fan
ただけ
letters
る
too. That's funny.
話
It
に
makes sense.
なっていたのではないかなって思うんですけれどもね。でもおそらくこれゲームクリアしないと出てこないとか、そういう風なことですよね、きっとね。ねえ。なのでこれを聞いている方はね、頑張ったんじゃないかな。はいね、怖がりながら頑張った人もいれば、もうすごく楽しみで頑張った人もいたんじゃないかなと思います。なのでどちらも含めて本当によく頑張った、偉かったぞ。なんだこれは。ということで、まだ、1回しかプレイしてないという方もきっといるのではないかなと思いますので、そういう方はですね、本当何度も何度も遊べると思いますので、何度も何度も遊んでいただけたらなと思います。そして怖い人はちょっと1周目やって、怖かったなって思った人はですね、友達と一緒にプレイしてみてはいかがでしょうか。ということで、今回はこの辺でまたお会いできるのかな、どうなんだろうな。ねえ、本当に僕としてはまだまだ続いてもらいたいのですが、ということで、僕も楽しみにしておりますので、皆さんも楽しみにしててください。ということで、持田聡役下野紘でした。バイバイ。
That was good. I enjoyed that monologue by him. So from what he said, those events happened before they got transported to the school. It was just complete flashback episode. So we got Tsukasa here and Yue also. We'll look at those two.
はい、どうもお疲れ様です。司役の岡本信彦です。いやー、収録今終わったところなんですけれども、 あれですね、司くんがですね、めっちゃかっこよくてですね、いや、
司くん
爽やかなイケメンですごいんですよ。これぜひ好きになってくださいと言わんばかりのですね、僕の思いがこう演技に含まれていたら嬉しいんですけども、そうですね、こんなにイケメンなんですけど、まさかですね、結構怖い恐怖体験もですね、収録中に疑似体験できてですね、いやー、台本をですねもらった時にもう普通に読んじゃいましてですね、めっちゃ怖いんですよね。あの人が人じゃないんですかね。化け物が怖いんですよ。司くんが言うには倍司くんで化け物なんですけど、いや、よくですね、今回も死に方たくさんあるんですけど、言っていいのかわかんないですけど、よく祁答院さんはこんなにすごい死
Oh,
に方
wow.
を
Is it?
考えられるなと、本当に感動してしまいますね。僕自身ですね、結構ホラー作品というものは好きでして、
I guess this is what he was doing
そうです
first.
ね、ショッキングシーンなんかも結構割と耐性がある方なんですけど、文字面を読んでてですね、夜中に昨日読んでいて、すごい背中がゾッとしました。
Gotcha.
そうですね、しかもゾッとする時に限ってこう家がですねミシッといったりするのがですね、人の気配とかを感じるのがですね、とても怖い次第でございます。はい、コープスパーティー、またですね、司くんやれる機会あれ
It
ば
does
いい
sound
なとか
like
思い
him
つつ
now
で
that
す
I
ね、
hear it
それは
closely.
ぜひ皆さんの応援によってできると思うので、ぜひ僕にもう一回司くんをやる、機会をくださいませ。皆さん、本当に収録楽しかったです。お疲れ様でした。
Less yelling though. Like, less yelling though. It sounds like him. Alright, Miss Yue now. Yuki Sawashiro.
お疲れ様です。宍戸ゆいやらせていただきました。沢城みゆきです。本編楽しんでいただけましたでしょうか。私はですね、多分自分でやることはないと思います。やることはないというか、やれないというか、皆さんこれいつやるのかしら。夜やるのかしら。日が出ている時に確かにやっても、なんでしょう、やっぱり面白くないんですかね。夜こう後ろを振り返りながらやるのが面白いんでしょうか。私はちょっととてもこれやれそうになくてですね、感想を聞かせていただけたら嬉しいなと、思っております。学校っていう空間は怖いにせよ楽しいにせよ、とっても好きな空間で、想像しながら廊下を走ったり、暗い階段をこう一人パタパタ上がっていく感じの、こう何とも言えない学校の匂いを感じながら、久しぶりにやるのはとっても楽しかったです。今度はですね、もうちょっと怖くないので、また学校のお話、携われたらいいなと思います。ありがとうございました。
Here we go. Three more chapters to go. 4 more actually, because Purgatory is what I'll do tomorrow. Purgatory. Thanks for watching, guys. Everyone that watched. That was a good episode. That was a long flashback episode. Like, it started off slow, but it picked up at the end. It was good. For what it was good. Yeah, it was pretty calm. It was really calm, actually. But we got to find out more about Yue. And we got to see that mark on her arm, too. So I'll see you guys next time. Thanks for watching. Take care.